주민 여러분들께서는 네, 이제 본 포럼을 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 모두 착석을 해주시기 바랍니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 제17차 한중동 협력 포럼에 깊은 관심을 가지고 함께해 주신 온오프라인 참가자 여러분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 한국-아랍소사이어티, 제주 평화연구원, 에미리트 전략문제연구소가 공동 주최하고 대한민국 외교부가 후원하는 제17차 한중동 협력 포럼의 사회를 맡게 된 저는 김경미 아나운서라고 합니다. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all to the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. My name is Kim Kyung-mi, the MC for this forum, and it is my great honor and privilege to be here in this very important meeting. 네, 먼저 여러 일정으로 분주하심에도 불구하고 애정을 가지고 함께해 주신 여러분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 거듭드리도록 하겠습니다. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all VIPs and delegations who attended this forum. Thank you very much once again for your precious time. 네, 제17차 한중동 협력 포럼은 코로나19 이후 대변화 시대의 한중동 협력 파트너십 방향이라는 대주제를 가지고 급변하고 있는 정치, 경제, 사회 환경에 맞추어서 한중동 협력의 패러다임을 업데이트하고 발전시키는 방안을 모색하는 자리로 기획이 되었습니다. Today, the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum will bring a theme of future directions and strengthening the strategic partnership between Korea and the Middle East in the post-COVID-19 era. And this forum adopted under the consciousness of necessity to update and upgrade the paradigm of Korea-Middle East in line with rapidly changing political, economic, and social environment. 네, 그리고 본 포럼은 한국어, 영어 이 두 가지 언어로 진행이 됩니다. 그리고 저희는 동시 통역 서비스를 제공하고 있습니다. 지금 한국-아랍소사이어티 유튜브 채널을 통해서 함께하고 계신 여러분들께서는 여러분이 편한 언어에 맞춰서 국문, 영문 버전을 선택하신 후 시청해 주시면 되겠습니다. And Korean and English simultaneous interpretation is available for today's forum. And please check the Korean Arab Society YouTube channel for your convenience. 네, 그리고 오늘 포럼 진행 순서에 대해서 여러분께 간략하게 소개를 해드리겠습니다. 오늘 포럼은 잠시 후 이어지는 개회식을 시작으로 세션 1, 변화하는 중동과 한국의 관계, 미래로 향하는 도전과 기회, 세션 2, 기후변화 대응을 위한 한중동 협력, 환경 협력이 준비되어 있습니다. 그리고 폐회식을 마지막으로 오늘 행사가 마무리되겠습니다. 많은 분들의 관심, 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. The opening ceremony will begin momentarily, followed by two keynote speeches. Session 1, Korea's relations with the changing Middle East challenges, opportunity, and the road forward. And Session 2, environmental cooperation prospects between Korea and the Middle East will be continued. And lastly, our forum will be finished with the closing ceremony. So I look forward to your active participation until the very end of the forum. 자, 그럼 지금부터 개회식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 순서로 마영삼 한국-아랍소사이어티 사무총장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. So now we'll begin the opening ceremony with the opening remarks. I would like to invite Mr. Ma Young-sam, Secretary General of Korea Arab Society, to deliver his opening remarks. 여러분 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. Please welcome him.
His Excellency Choi Jong, First Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency Rana Nusaibeh, UAE Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. His Excellency Sultan Mohammed Al Nuaimi, Director General of the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research. His Excellency Badr Mohammed Al Awadi, Dean of Arab Diplomatic Course in Seoul, and honorable ambassadors of the Arab countries, Dr. Intek Khan, President of the Jeju Peace Research Institute, respected professors and experts, and distinguished guests from home and abroad. I would like to express my heartfelt welcome to all of you who are attending today's Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum, an event that seeks to develop relations and promote exchanges in various fields. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the speakers and distinguished guests and everyone who is watching online. The Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum, which took its first step in Cairo in 2003, celebrates its 17th anniversary this year. And in particular, it has been 14 years since the forum attempted a new change with the launch of KAS. This forum is held at a time of great change in the political and economic situation in the Middle East. In the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and in the midst of the threatening climate change crisis, the Middle East and Korea have also reached a point where they need to find a new direction outside of their existing development model. Against this backdrop, I hope that today's forum will serve as an opportunity to lay the foundation for a future-oriented relationship in which both Korea and the Middle East develop further. Lastly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea for sponsoring the forum, and I also would like to thank the co-hosts, the Jeju Peace Research Institute and the ECSSR. Though ECSSR is geographically far away, it has been closely consulting through remote communication, and I highly appreciate the help ECSSR has provided over the process. I wish for the health of the distinguished guests at home and abroad who attended today's forum and the tremendous success of Korea-Middle East relations. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ma. 네, 시작을 여는 개회사를 함께 하셨습니다. 다음은 환영사 순서가 되겠습니다. 코로나19 방역 상황으로 인해서 오늘 아쉽게도 현장에 참석하지는 못하셨지만 멀리서 환영의 메시지를 보내주신 분이 계십니다. 바로 술탄 모하메드 알 누아이미 에미리트 전략문제연구소 소장님이신데요. Next, welcome remarks from Dr. Sultan Mohammed Al Nuaimi, Director General of Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research, will be delivered. Unfortunately, he could not be here with us today due to COVID-19 circumstance, but he sent us a warm welcome messages. So please gather your attention to the screen. 함께 만나보시죠.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like at the outset to convey the heartfelt greeting of the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research. We are highly appreciative of the role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, who initiated this forum, and its efforts in advancing Korean-Middle East relations through this important platform to promote strategic alignment of bilateral cooperation in the economic and environmental energy sector. This year's themes provide us all with a unique opportunity to recognize the challenges related to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the gradual economic recovery, and issues of the climate change. As the challenges increase, so has our need for dialogue to address these emerging issues and explore ways to strengthen our regional cooperation in advancing our economic ties, promoting tolerance, establishing peace and stability, and achieving a sustainable future we aspire to. Ladies and gentlemen, for the UAE, this year represents a historic juncture at the national level as we celebrate the Golden Jubilee of the UAE and the announcement of the principles of the 50, which sets out the socio-economic development roadmap in preparation the future. In addition, the UAE is hosting Expo 2020 Dubai with the participation of 192 countries under the theme Connecting Minds, Creating the Future, which provides an interactive platform to co-create, innovate, and lay the groundwork for a brighter and more prosperous future for the next generation. These efforts are all the more important as the year 2021 is a critical moment at the global level, where we collectively seek to imagine a post-COVID-19 world and develop innovative solutions for the most pressing international challenges. On a regional level, we must strive to overcome tension for the sake of security and stability, build strategic partnership based on the exchange of experience and knowledge transfer in the fields of energy and technology and improve people's lives by striving for sustainable future. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the Korea-Arab Society and Jeju Peace Institution for organizing and co-hosting this important forum. And finally, we wish you all a successful event. Thank you, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Thank you very much, Dr. Sultan Mohammed Al-Awadi, for your warm messages. 네, 다음은 축사를 해주실 분을 소개해드리겠습니다. 바로 바데르 모하메드 알-오와디 주한 아랍 외교단장 주한 쿠웨이트 대사님께서 오늘 귀한 시간 함께 해주고 계시는데요. Now it is my pleasure and honor to introduce His Excellency Father Mohamed Al-Awadi, Dean of Arab Diplomatic Corps in Seoul, Ambassador of Kuwait, who will deliver a few congratulatory remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
His Excellency Choi Jong, First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs.
My language Arabic, forgive me for that, but I promise next time I will speak in English. سعادة تشوي جونغ كون النائب الأول لوزير خارجية جمهورية كوريا سعادة لانا نسيب.
Her Excellency Lana Nusaybe, Assistant Minister for Political Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the UAE, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Mohammed Al-Nuaimi, Director General of the ECSSR, His Excellency Ma Yong-sam, Secretary General of Korea-Arab-Society, His Excellency Han In-taek, President of Jeju Peace Institute, honorable ambassadors and attendees. First of all, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the ECSSR, the Jeju Peace Institute, and the Korean Arab Society for their efforts to continue to hold this important forum since 2003. The forum reflects our aspirations for the continuation of dialogue and consultation between the Arab countries and Korea. It aims to provide the best ways to strengthen cooperative relations between Korea and the Middle East and exchange information and knowledge on the latest developments related to issues of common interest. I also would like to express my congratulations to the brothers in the United Arab Emirates for the success of the international exposition Expo Dubai 2020, which is a source of our pride in the Arab world. We thank the Korean government for its support and active participation in this important international event, and we wish the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia success for hosting the International Exhibition 2030, as well as all friendly countries wishing to host this exhibition in the future. We have talked about the importance of economic and political cooperation between the Arab countries and Korea even before the corona pandemic, as well as during the coronavirus pandemic period. It is important to note the humanitarian cooperation that took place between Korea and the Arab countries in the field of limiting the spread of the coronavirus. The exchange of medical expertise, the use of medical supplies and devices, and the sharing of the creative ways that Korea has invented to deal with the pandemic confirmed the ties and strength of relations between Korea and its friends in the Arab world. We have to take advantage of the lessons we learned from the pandemic and should engage in intensive consultations between officials, specialists, and thinkers, both in intellectual forums such as this one, and the consultations between officials in our foreign ministries. We need to develop a roadmap that includes a clear vision for the path and areas of cooperation for the next 5 years. For example, in Kuwait, we are in the process of developing an action plan for our vision with regard to the future areas of cooperation with Korea in light of the implementation of Kuwait's project for Vision 2035, as well as cooperation in the fields of energy, cyber security, food security, smart technology, and education. I had previously stressed in the Korea-Arab Future Cooperation Forum held by Korea-Arab-Society in September about the importance of implementing some requirements so that we can transfer Korea's cooperation with Arab countries to an organized institutional framework that takes into account any changes on the ground. The first requirements are opening channels of continuous political consultations between us, especially with ambassadors of Arab countries accredited to Korea. The consultation mechanism should not be linked to economic or political interest or an emergency event only. Rather, we need to undergo continuous consultations and dialogue as a working mechanism and as an approach that we will continue to follow in order to be able to understand issues of common interest. Facilitating the entry of citizens and the businessmen of Arab countries to Korea and reactivating visa exemption agreements in accordance with procedures that ensure the application of health requirements to reduce the spread of the virus. Openness of the Korean economic institutions and the companies to the ambassadors of our countries accredited to Korea. The success of the path of cooperation requires us to create a way of mutual benefit, that of two tracks, not one path, and everyone should achieve profit from the principle of win-win and benefit for all, not for one party. The size of the Korean-Arab relations compared to other groups is big enough to make the Arab countries an important strategic bloc for Korea and to start creating mechanisms for strategic cooperation, as it has created strategic alliances with blocs in other regions, of which trade and economic relations with Korea are less in size or maybe equivalent to those of our countries. I support what was previously presented by the ambassador of Egypt, Dr. Hazim Fahimi, in his presentation at the Korea-Arab Future Cooperation Forum last September. The themes of the discussion sessions of today's forum are very important topics in the framework and future path of cooperation between Korea and the Arab countries, especially since Korea is a pioneer in implementing many projects that aim to achieve green growth and protect the environment in the Arab countries. Today's forum will provide the participants with a clear picture of cooperation between Korea and the Middle East in the context of the important developments that our region has witnessed recently on the political and economic levels, especially in the field of clean energy initiative and carbon neutralization efforts, in light of the Green Middle East Initiative Summit in Saudi Arabia and the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow.
Sorry to speak in Arabic, and good luck for everybody. Thank you very much. Hamza Hamida.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your wonderful congratulatory remarks. 네, 말씀 대단히 감사합니다. 본 포럼의 중요성, 의미를 다시 한번 짚어주신 것 같습니다. He also highlighted the importance and theme of this forum, and also I have so much expectation to our forum for today. 자, 오늘 포럼의 발표 내용 굉장히 저도 기대가 되는데요. 이제 바로 기조 연설 순서로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 최종건 대한민국 외교부 제1차관님께서 기조 연설을 준비를 해주셨는데요. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote speaker. So please welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Choi Jong, the first Vice Foreign Minister of the Republic of Korea.
Good afternoon. I am Choi Jong, First Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency Lana Nusebe, Assistant Minister for Political Affairs of UAE, Ma Young-sam, Secretary General of Korea-Arab-Society, Han In-tae, President of Jeju Peace Institute, Sultan Mohammed Al Nuaimi, Director General of ECSSR, members of the Arab Diplomatic Corps in Seoul, presenters and panelists, and distinguished guests who are on site or connected online. Greetings to you all. The relationship between Korea and the Middle East is long-standing. Among the relics excavated from the 5th and 6th century Shilla tombs, there are glass bottles, goblets, and silverware that appear to have come from the Middle East, showing the trade relationship between the ancient Korean peninsula and the Middle East. Among the stone statues of the royal tombs in Gyeongju, called Gwaereung, today are those of Western traders, and these traders are believed to have come from the Middle East or Persia. In 1962, Korea established diplomatic relations with Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Morocco, thus starting diplomatic relations with the Middle East in the modern sense. Korea's Samhan Corporation won the contract for Saudi Arabia's Kaiba Al-Ula highway construction in 1973 as the first project in the Middle East, and since then, bilateral economic relations took off in earnest. Many of the Koreans here who experienced the 1970s would know, but there is a popular song called To Dad in a Foreign Country sung by Hyunsuk. This song depicts a father who went to construction sites in the Middle East to coincide with the entry of Korean companies into the region in full scale. Through the song, the Middle East found its way into the hearts of the Korean people. But the bilateral relationship in the 20th century was relatively simple, such that it could be described through expressions such as important energy supplier, rich export market, and dynamic construction market. However, the bilateral relationship today is developing into a future-oriented cooperative relationship in various fields. For example, many people from the Middle East today visit Korea to receive health and medical services. As of 2019, the number has reached over 10,000, and right after COVID ends, we expect this number to surge further. Seoul National University Hospital is operating the Sheikh Khalifa Commissioned Hospital in the UAE and is seeking to expand its services in the country. If the circumstances are right, there will be more Korean hospitals and medical schools seeking to enter the Middle Eastern market in the future. Korea, by successfully carrying out and COVID may serve as an opportunity to further promote discussions on cooperation in health and medical fields. Korea, by successfully carrying out desert rice cultivation and container-type smart farm business in the Middle East, is developing solutions to the food security problem caused by climate change. Our nuclear energy technology is also contributing to the region's energy policy. A leading example is the UAE Baraka plant, which a Korean company helped construct and operate. The first reactor among the four has been in commercial operation since April. The second started transmission in September and will ensure that the remaining two will also begin operations as planned to contribute to net zero in the Middle East. There's also an example of the small modular reactor developed and commercialized by Korean and U.S. companies. At the recent COP26 in Glasgow, the U.S. and Romanian leaders agreed on a commercial contract on building 12 SMRs of 77 megawatts each. A major part of this SMR commercialization is Korean companies' technology. We also hope to contribute to carbon neutrality in the Arab world through this project. Korea's future strategy is to become a clean hydrogen leader. And we are working to combine our hydrogen utilization technology and the abundant natural gas of the Middle East to create synergy in blue and green hydrogen for transitional cooperation in climate change response. Korea is the world leader in hydrogen vehicles and fuel cells. We are also focusing our capacities in hydrogen mobility, including liquid hydrogen transport ships, charging infrastructure, buses, trucks, and drones. The global hydrogen economy market is expected to grow to $12 trillion by 2050, and the potential for our cooperation with the Middle East is endless. Korea and the Middle East are cooperating in the most advanced fields, which was unimaginable previously, and the Korean government will continue to broaden our horizon of cooperation. Distinguished guests, today, the Middle East is creating major changes. The change in the energy supply and demand market triggered by the U.S. shale revolution has led to changes in U.S. policy towards the Middle East, raising concerns on the one hand and creating opportunities on the other. Just a few years ago, Arab countries and Israel seemed they would be in constant confrontation. But with the Abraham Accords, some Arab countries normalized their relations with Israel. Some Arab countries that had differences of opinion during the so-called Arab Spring are seeking harmony for the future through the Al-Ula Agreement. The recent elections in Iraq confirmed the voice of the people that they do not want foreign interference. Thanks to the stability in Libya, companies are preparing to return to business. South Korea is paying attention to how these major changes in the Middle East will affect the relationship between the historical great power in the East, Iran, and other Middle Eastern countries. Also, as one of the biggest holders of capital frozen in Iran, Korea welcomes the resumptions of the Iranian nuclear negotiations on November 29 and wish it success. Distinguished guests, Korea is striving to fulfill our responsibility to the people of pursuing national interest. However, while pursuing our interest, Korea also promotes mutual trust and mutual benefit with its partners. In addition, we will fulfill its due responsibilities and contribute as a member of the international community. The Gulf region is the linchpin of Korea's diplomacy with the Middle East. We will expand and deepen our cooperation with the Gulf countries, including traditional cooperation with Saudi Arabia, special strategic partnership with the UAE, and all-around partnership with Qatar, thus contributing positively to various Middle Eastern issues. Iran is an important key in the regional situation. We believe that engagement, not confrontation, is important for a constructive solution to the Iranian issue, and hope to contribute to a constructive resolution. We will communicate closely with the JCPOA parties and fulfill our role more actively. Along with the international community, we will support efficient and transparent governance in Iraq and carry out the $23 billion reconstruction project in the country as planned, thus contributing to Iraq's recovery. In the Levant, we will continue to support the Israeli-Palestinian resolution efforts with the global community and continue our peacekeeping operations in Lebanon through our Dongmyeong unit deployment. We also take note of the important role of Jordan in the Arab world and seek ways to further cooperation. We hope Libya will successfully hold the December elections and that this will lead to a new government with legitimacy. I also hope that Korean projects in Libya, which were suspended due to the civil war, will resume. In Egypt, or with Egypt, we hope to share our economic development experience and contribute to mutually beneficial development through our ODA priority partner relationship. In the Maghreb, we will expand cooperation with Morocco and Tunisia, as well as Algeria, a strategic partner in which 44 Korean companies have a presence. Finally, the Korean government will continue to support Sudan's stable transition to democracy as it overcomes the past political difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, there were many thoughts that came to my mind as I visited and met with leaders of the US, the UK, France, the EU, Latin America, and Africa. So let me share just one of this experience and thought that came to my mind. It is that when Korea engages actively in global issues such as the Middle East, my counterparts also were showed much interest in the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. The Middle East and the Northeast Asia are actually not very far away. We are not faraway regions, and so to secure the audience for our issues, we need to learn more about the geography, geopolitical situation in the global issues, including those of the Arab world. In that respect, the JCPOA has much implication for the North Korean nuclear issue. The nature of the JCPOA is that it is about the gradual improvement of the relationship among parties and gradual disablement of Iran's nuclear program. President Moon Jae-in is the first Korean president to attend the UN General Assembly 5 times in a row, raising the need for an end-of-war declaration for permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula and forming a consensus in the international community. Establishing peace on the Korean Peninsula is an issue not just for the two Koreas, but by its nature is a public good that the whole world can enjoy together, like the Iranian nuclear deal. Our government will do its utmost to improve inter-Korean relations without haste, and in this process, we'd like to refer to the dialogue and engagement experience of the Middle East. We ask for your continued support for the peace process in the Korean Peninsula and the pursuit of the end of war declaration. So again, we urge you and ask you for your continued support on the peace process in this peninsula. Distinguished guests, the movie Escape from Mogadishu, which was popular in Korea this year, tells the story of South and North Korean diplomats fleeing Somalia with the help of Italy during the 1991 civil war in Somalia. At that time, the Korean diplomats were able to escape from the dangerous area only with the help of a foreign embassy. In 2014, however, during the civil war in Libya, 449 Koreans were successfully evacuated by the Korean Navy ship Munmu the Great, and 86 citizens of 7 countries, including the UK, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, and Malta, were brought out of the danger zone together. During the recent event in Afghanistan, Korea successfully carried out Operation Miracle to support the evacuation of our nationals, as well as safely transporting 391 Afghan contributors and their families to Korea. And these examples show that Korea can play an active role and a leading role in the international community. It has proven this capacity that Korea has. And in order to strengthen this role as a global actor, Korea intends to create a diversified framework of cooperation, such as Korea-US Middle East and Korea-Europe Middle East, in addition to the traditional Korea-Middle East cooperation. Today at the 17th Forum, we are discussing Korea-Middle East cooperation in the post-COVID era based on the understandings mentioned above. COVID-19 does not differentiate countries and ethnicities. It has caused various crises around the world, including the collapse of healthcare system and the global economic recession. Korea and the Middle East were no exceptions. But now, we are talking about the post-COVID era. From the historical perspective of this era, Korea and the Middle East should find ways to strengthen cooperation while accurately recognizing what the fundamental new normal is. I believe that Korea and the Middle East, having shared many experiences based on long-standing trust, will become optimal partners in various diverse areas. Many distinguished guests have attended this forum to prepare for the new normal of the post-COVID era. I hope that meaningful discussions today will lead to better Korea-Middle East cooperative relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for your wonderful keynote speech. 네, 대단히 감사합니다. 최종건 대한민국 외교부 제1처관님의 기조 연설을 함께 하셨습니다. 네, 다음으로 준비된 기조 연설을 소개해드리겠습니다. 라나 누사이베 아랍에미리트 외교국제협력부 정무차관님의 기조 연설이 준비되어 있습니다. 코로나19 방역 상황으로 인해서 한국에 오시지는 못하셨지만 멀리서 정무차관님의 영상을 기조 연설로 함께 하시겠는데요. And now let's listen to the second keynote speech from Her Excellency Lana Nusaibeh, Assistant Minister for Political Affairs of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates. So please watch her keynote speech.
Your Excellency, Vice Minister Dr. Choi Jong, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I want to extend my warmest congratulations to the Korea-Arab-Society, the Jeju Peace Institute, and the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research for successfully co-hosting the 17th edition of the Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum. I'd like to also extend special thanks to the Republic of Korea for sponsoring this important forum. Since its inception in 2003, this annual event has made important contributions to deepening the close partnership between our two countries. The Middle East, as a region, has boundless potential due to its strategic location, diverse resources, and rich endowment of human capital. In spite of some political instability and security challenges in the Middle East, we seek to provide societies, and especially women and youth in our region, with the tools necessary to realize their full potential in a stable and prosperous region. In our pursuit of these goals, we are encouraged by arcs of progress that are emerging in our region. The Abraham Accords provide a vision of inclusion, coexistence, and peace for the Middle East. The recent commitment to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050 is a shared ambition of both of our countries because we understand climate change to be the defining challenge of our time. And our mutual investments in science, technology, and medicine represent remarkable opportunities for cooperation and development. Undoubtedly, the cooperation between our two countries has been a key incubator of many of these positive trends. Our bilateral relations have witnessed steady growth since their inception in 1980, and they've reached new heights through the launch of our special strategic partnership in 2018. Together, South Korean and Emirati companies built Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest skyscraper. We've partnered in industries as varied as hydrocarbons, medical sciences, and cloud technology. Our Mars Hope probe, the first Arab planetary science mission, traces its roots in the space satellite program we developed with South Korea over a decade ago. The UAE is also grateful to South Korea for its close cooperation, assistance, and information sharing since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in August 2021, the UAE's Barakah nuclear power plant, the Arab world's first, started generating electricity thanks in large measure to this partnership. Barakah is not only a scientific and technological achievement, it also stands as a testament to our shared commitment to non-proliferation. As the Middle East's trajectory of progress continues, it is important to recognize that South Korea's continued engagement with the UAE and the Middle East is a powerful amplifying force for good. Indeed, we are deeply appreciative of your endorsement of our bid to host the UNFCCC Conference of the Parties, COP28, in 2023. We are committed to rallying a unified, science-based approach that advances responsible environmental policy in the Middle East and around the world and responds effectively to the region's development needs. We also look forward to actively supporting your bid to host COP33. The partnership between the UAE and South Korea is successful because we share an optimistic vision of the future. Our commitments to combating climate change, pursuing dialogue and de-escalation, and advancing the non-proliferation regime are the result of our national experience and our sense of global citizenship and responsibility. All of these issues are central to our agenda as the UAE prepares to serve a 2-year term on the United Nations Security Council starting in January 2022. Over the last 50 years, the UAE has transformed itself from a small federation into a thriving and diverse globalized country. We are currently hosting the World Expo 2020 in Dubai, where we are expecting to welcome a total of 25 million visitors over the coming 6 months. People from around the world are visiting the UAE to affirm the possibility of a hopeful future brought about by connection and cooperation. And those visitors now have a chance to visit South Korea's exemplary pavilion and glimpse into the future of mobility. Both the UAE and South Korea are familiar with the challenges that come from mounting regional tensions in our respective parts of Asia. What brings us together is the belief that accomplishment is possible even amidst these difficult circumstances. As the world returns to normalcy after the pandemic, I invite you to join us in reiterating our shared commitment to that vision, which will benefit the UAE, South Korea, the Middle East, and indeed the world. I hope that the forum will reach meaningful outcomes and present viable insights for policymakers in our region and beyond. Thank you.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As our members, our VIPs and distinguished guests mentioned, I'm strongly convinced that our gathering will be very rewarding for all of you. And I hope that this forum strengthen cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. 네, 이렇게 해서 소중한 말씀 전해주신 늘 기빈 여러분들 그리고 기조 연설까지 함께 하셨습니다. 자, 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리면서 이상으로 개회식 순서를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 제가 이어 잠시 휴식 시간을 갖고 2시 50분에 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 늦지 않게 자리해 주십시오. That brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. And before we begin the first session, we'll take a quick break. So please turn your seats hereby to 50. So thank you very much. I'll see you soon. Okay. I think we're ready for the session 1. 자, 이제 세션 1을 위한 준비가 완료가 되었습니다. So now session 1 will begin with the theme of Korea's relations with the changing Middle East challenges, opportunities, and the road forward. So our moderator and speakers and panelists are now ready on stage. So let me introduce our speakers for the session 1. First, Lee Hee-soo, Emeritus Professor of Cultural Anthropology, Hanyang University. 이희수 한양대학교 문화인류학과 명예교수님께서 오늘 이 자리에 함께해 주고 계십니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 박수를 맞아주시고요. And also we have with us Kim Eun-bi, Professor of Korean National Defense University. 김은비 국방대학교 교수님께서 세션 1에 참여하고 계십니다. 고맙습니다. And please welcome Park Hyun-do, Research Professor of the 서강 유로-매나 Institute, 서강 University. 박현도 서강대학교 유로-매나 연구소 교수님 함께해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. And Jang Ji-hang, Director of Middle East and North Africa Center, Asan Institute for Policy Studies Center, the Asan Institute for Policy Studies. 장지향 아산 정책연구원 중동센터장님께서 오늘 귀한 걸음 해주셨습니다. 좋은 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. Thank you very much for being on site with us today. Also then, let's welcome our international panelists participating through online. 네, 지금 해외 연사분도 함께하고 계시는데요. 아흐데야 아흐메드 알 세이드, former president of the Bahrain Journalists Association, editor-in-chief of our Salman application 함께해 주셨습니다. 잠시 후에 말씀 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 unfortunately, one of our speakers in the session 1, Mr. Joseph Kesasian, could not be here with us today, so he sent us a video presentation. So I would like to let you know in advance. So from now on, I will turn the microphone over to the moderator of the session 1, Emeritus Professor Lee Hee-soo, please.
네, 한양.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee Hee-soo, Professor of Hanyang University. The Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum established back in 2003, and the first, second, and third the forum had been held in the Middle East countries, including Jordan, Egypt, and the UAE. And now I am back to the Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum as a moderator of the first session. I feel like an old boy coming back to his hometown. The first session is going to be held under the theme of Korea's relations with a changing Middle East, the challenges, opportunities, and the road forward. It's such a timely theme. And we also have two distinguished presenters and great panel discussions and the commentators from home and abroad. And let us get started with the session number 1. As it was emphasized by our two great keynote speakers, the U.S. is withdrawing its presence from the Middle East region, and also the mankind has gone through a global pandemic crisis caused by COVID-19. And also there is a pending global crisis caused by a climate change. And as we all know, both Korea and the Middle East are going through a great changing situation. The security, anti-terrorism have been the two major areas for mutual cooperation. But now, actually, the scope has been expanded to dispense industrial revolution and the new growth engine, gender equality, and solidarity among civic groups. So the two sides requires coordination and cooperation in a comprehensive scope of areas. And such a timely forum that we get together and discuss all these comprehensive issues to deal with the pending situation in Korea and the Middle East. 20 minutes will be given to each presenter, and the commentators or the discussions can come up with their short discussion, and we will open the floor to the audience to take questions from them. The first agenda of the session number 1 is the presentation by Professor Kim Eun-bi, and she will deliver a presentation under the title of Role of Korea in the Rapidly Changing Middle East. And she will give insight about the military cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Eun-bi Kim from the Korean National Defense University. Thank you very much to our chair for introducing me. And also, I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum, particularly the Korea-Arab-Society as well as Jeju Peace Institute for organizing this event and putting together these leading experts from various fields. It's a great honor for me to be standing on this stage. And among Korea and Arab countries, I hope that my presentation will be helpful in promoting cooperation between our two regions. As was mentioned earlier, I am from the National Defense University. Right now, I am actually a soldier. And so I was thinking about what I should be presenting on, and I decided that I can most confidently talk about the military cooperation between the two regions. And also, this is being emphasized more so recently, and so I decided to focus my presentation in the military aspect of our bilateral relationship. National interest needs no further explanation. I'm sure that you'd agree this is very important. For each nation, their survival or other vital issues exist. So peace, stability, and prosperity would be the most important national interest for any country, and they are all working hard to maximize these interests, not only in these vital issues, but also in terms of global support and understanding and prosperity, and also the role that each country can play in the global world order and its understanding also comprise the scope of national interest. And this is the same for South Korea as well. So South Korea has stipulated very important national interests for us, and we are working to implement them. Particularly for an independent country like us, survival would be of utmost importance. And as a liberal democracy country, the most important aspect would be to maintain the basic order. And so that also is a very important national interest for Korea. Not only that, having peaceful unification as well as economic prosperity and promoting our national prestige also form our national interests. So under this broad understanding, can we go on to the next page? Thank you. We are heightening our cooperation with Arab countries to maximize these interests that we share, because this is a way for us to guarantee and promote national interests. Particularly as an independent and peaceful country, we hope to be recognized, we hope to receive support from other countries and be respected by the international community. And so this is one of the most important national interests that we have. Also in terms of maintaining very close relationship, friendly relations with other countries, including the Middle East, would be important for us. Of course, this has to be based on mutual trust. And when all of these aspects are guaranteed, the most important national interest that we can derive from the Middle East would be the stable supply of oil. And aside from that, there could be receiving investments or engaging in commercial trading in order to earn commercial interests. Let's look at it more closely. As you know well, from the Arab countries, Korea imports 78 to 80% of our oil. And so we are a country that does not have any oil resource. And so import of oil from the Arab countries is a matter of survival for us. And we import a lot of oil from the Arab countries, but it's not that just Korea benefits. But in terms of products and the culture, such as Korean Wave, we export much of that to the Arab countries also. So language, food, and music and dance, and taekwondo. And under the broad name of Korean Wave or Hallyu, is being exported to the Middle Eastern countries. And so the regional cooperation is being deepened, and in R&D also we are deepening our cooperation, and I will be explicating it more in detail later on. But in military and energy areas, we are enhancing our cooperation. I'd like to talk about Korea's relations with UAE. We've had 40 years of diplomatic relations so far, particularly last year. Last year was the 40th anniversary of our diplomatic relations, and so we hoisted the other countries' flags in our respective countries, and we had a special strategic partnership formed bilaterally to strengthen further the relationship. In terms of cooperation with UAE, I think this is a model case in terms of inter-country cooperation because it encompasses diverse fields, not just diplomacy, defense, and economy, but also culture, R&D, agriculture, and health. And the scope continues to expand. Particularly in the field of defense, we are expanding our relations with UAE as well. So I'm going to now talk about the broad military cooperation between our two countries. So military cooperation actually is one of the highest levels of bilateral relationship that any country have. It's very important, but it's also a very sensitive area. However, military cooperation should go beyond negative or passive peace. So it has to go beyond a time of not having war, but it has to be a relationship that can bring about active peace. In the case of Korea, many of our academy students are being sent to the Arab countries for education, particularly for the army. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait are some of the countries where we have sent our students, the soldiers, to the military institutions there. And in fact, we have also welcomed many Arab soldiers to our military institutions as well. We have continued to engage in high-ranking officials exchange visits, and we engage in combined exercises between our two regions. Or sometimes we would send observers to the exercises of both regions. A higher level of cooperation would mean that there is dispatching of troops and sales of weapons. And the Arab countries, from the perspective of Korea, is a very important defense industry partner, defense industry customer. And so seen from that respect, we have a defense unit, military unit that we have sent to UAE, which is the AK unit. So let me talk about that. So we have the special forces, the best trained, the strongest soldiers that form the AK unit, and they were first deployed in UAE in 2011 in a region called Al Ain. And in 2016, the base has relocated to Suehan. We have about 150 special soldiers that have been dispatched, and this is what's called a warrior platform. And this is a next generation army combat equipment that our army is developing. So they have this warrior platforms on. As you can see, and so we have sent our AK unit with these advanced platforms. And so their mission is to engage in combined exercises, also to provide or support education and training of the UAE Special Forces. And last but not least, in case of contingencies, they have the mission of protecting our people should there be any emergency. Currently, we have deployed the 15th batch of AK unit, and this year is the 10th year anniversary. So let's look at it in closer detail. The AK unit is teaching combat skills, but also developing various combat materials and educational materials, and teaching the usage of these materials. And they're working on establishing the training systems altogether. Also, providing tactical trainings, particularly for the mountainous terrains, is another area where the ROK military is assisting. So it's not that we are unilaterally providing support and help to UAE. The UAE is engaging in continuous exchanges. The ROK unit is engaging in continuous exchanges with the UAE unit. And so this is a mutually learning process. One of the greatest strengths of this relationship is that in the UAE, they have excellent training and exercise environment. For example, for 1 year, the halo jumps exercises that our military soldiers would engage in. So this is the high altitude, low opening exercise. For our special combat forces, they are able to engage in about 50 halo jumps about 10 halos in Korea per year because of the environmental restrictions. However, when the soldiers do exercises in UAE, they can do 50 halo jumps out of a year compared to the 10 halos possible in Korea. And not only that, in the actual buildings, public facilities, the two units can engage in practical counterterrorism training. And so that is actually of great help to enhancing the capabilities of the ROK military as well. So this military cooperation enhances Korea's national interest also, and this is based on deep level of confidence and trust between the two countries. So for most countries, when we say military exchanges, it has to do with sending students or high-level personal exchanges and just the visits among the different levels and they would comprise most of the military cooperation, or expanding the number of countries that would participate in these kinds of military exchanges. However, I would like to emphasize or suggest the need to expand the scope of our military cooperation between Korea and the Arab world. As you heard through our Vice Minister's speech earlier, the cooperation in the field of health and medicine, also in the field of climate change, would be very important under the broad military cooperation as well, because the military is a small world which reflects the real society. So there is the police, there is the legislative department, there are hospitals, and there are professors like me. All of these things that exist in society, the miniature part exists in the military. And so this is a small society. So in terms of cooperation, considering the professionalism, the special skills and characteristics of the military, if we utilize them well and expand the scope of cooperation, we will be able to more efficiently strengthen national cooperation between our two countries or two regions. And that will definitely contribute to enhancing and strengthening the national prestige and leadership. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
김은미 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim Eun-mi. She is working as a professor at the Korea National Defense University, and she is a incumbent soldier. And so she focused on the military cooperation between Korea and the Arab world during her presentation the current state as well as the future way forward. So we found that presentation to be very helpful. And she saved us 5 minutes, actually. So I'd like to say thank you for that as well.
모시겠습니다. 두 번째 발제자
Let us invite our second speaker. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic situation, our second presenter couldn't make himself available for the attendance in Korea. I'd like to introduce the second presenter, Dr. Joseph Kichushian, and he will deliver a presentation under the title of Korea's Stabilization Policy and Development Model for the Middle East.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. At the outset, let me simply thank the Korea-Arab-Society for the kind invitation to participate in this important forum. I apologize for not being with you even online because when this tape will be shown to the public, I will be in Washington, D.C., and not in the Middle East, where it will be approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. You will understand that I will not be able to be attending in person. I hope that next year the situation will allow for all of us to be together in person, hopefully in Seoul. And again, my apologies. On the other hand, I'm very happy that one of the discussants on this panel is my colleague, Dr. Jong, who will fill in all of the missing items in this presentation. Dr. Jong and I wrote an essay for the Asan Institute several months ago, pretty much touching on not the same topic, but looking at Korean-American cooperation to stabilize the Middle East. Now, what I have done in this presentation is essentially to update that paper and add a few items, which you will see in the slides that I will also make available to the organizers. Let me just at the outset say the following. The Korean Stabilization Policy and Development Model for the Middle East that I have spoken about several times before, this is something which is not discussed very often, but ought to be, because this is very important topic that has been, for some reason, that is passing under the attention of a lot of people, although it should be very much focused, because let us not underestimate the paradigm that Korea represents for a lot of countries in the Middle East. The Middle East is a traditional part of the world. Traditions are important, just like they are for Koreans. And the Korean success model, especially in development, is something to be, not only to be proud of, but to also spread as much as possible. Now, what I propose to do in the next few minutes is the following. First of all, to basically touch on the efforts to stabilize the Middle East. Everybody's been talking about this for quite some time. And as you know, the Middle East is a very wide area. It includes conservative monarchies. It includes countries that are at war with themselves and with their neighbors. It includes Arabs and non-Arabs, Turks and Persians. It includes a variety of countries that do not see eye to eye, and it is unfair to lump all of them together. Nevertheless, all of them share two fundamental goals. The first goal that they all share is the fact that every one of them would like to empower indigenous societies to assume a great deal more of their responsibilities. It is not for outsiders to decide what's going to happen to you. It is for you to decide what you're going to do with yourself, with your life. And second, it is important to introduce far more equitable governance mechanisms throughout the Middle East. This is the one thing that is really missing and nobody is paying attention to it. The focus ought to really be on proper governance mechanism. And it is within this context that I believe that the Korean economic paradigm, as well as perhaps down the line, of course, the political paradigm, might be appropriate model for stability of the entire region. Now, is in fact Seoul a soft power model? Most Arab states today really assume and aspire to emulate the South Korean model, even if they might not know it, but this is the model that they have in mind. Let's take Saudi Arabia for an example. This is a fellow G20 member state that wishes to protect itself by acquiring defense capabilities as much as possible. Like the Republic of Korea, Riyadh is not interested in transforming itself into a regional military power, even though a lot of people assume that that's what the Saudis want. This is not necessarily the case. The Iranians perceive, the Saudis perceive Iran as a major foe, they perceive Turkey as a major foe, and they perceive Israel as a foe that they have to come to terms with. In fact, they have to come to terms with all three of the regional hegemons, and this is something which the Korean model also is very valid, because the Republic of Korea also looks at North Korea as a potential foe with whom it has to come to terms. But there are also other powers in the region, from Japan to China and others, with which the Republic of Korea has to come to terms as well. Therefore, the long-term interests of Saudi Arabia and the other conservative monarchies, in fact, the entire Arab region, has to be to learn how to carefully manage development programs without neglecting appropriate defense mechanisms. Now, of course, this is easier than done. I'm aware of it, but it's not impossible. It is very much possible to do so. And the preference for a Republic of Korea type entity not to become an expeditionary military force that would drain precious resources. You have to defend yourself, of course, but mostly you have to invest in serious development efforts in order to make sure that your society is moving ahead at a very solid and steady pace. Now, make sure that you also bear in mind that there is a great deal of similarity between the Korean model and Saudi Arabia and the other conservative monarchies, because both of these entities rely on very important alliances to protect themselves if that was necessarily the case, and not only the United States, but also leading Western powers as well. Now, of course, there are internal challenges throughout the Middle East that will require a new paradigm. We know for a fact that all of the countries of the region must encourage their societies to adopt truly a development investment strategies that have not been tried before. The purpose of this is to create as much wealth as possible. For example, you need to make sure that you have independent food production strategies in place and capabilities as well. You need to empower the population to become a lot more productive. You need to invest in transportation hubs, to encourage tourism, to encourage entertainment, to create solid jobs. And you need to transform the country itself into a very modernizing entity. And again, in my opinion, Seoul stands as the ideal conservative social archetype. Now, Seoul has been successful while it preserved indigenous traditions. Naturally, the challenge that confronts really all Middle Eastern states, including the conservative Arab Gulf monarchies, is to embark on such ventures on an evolutionary basis rather than a revolutionary way. This is best illustrated perhaps by the post-2010 Arab uprisings that have overthrown despots, destabilized a number of regimes, weakened others, and at least in Syria and Yemen, plunged them into civil wars. Even if the evolutionary preferences necessitate hard work and tolerance, including religious tolerance, to avoid perhaps future clashes, there are concrete realizations. All of these leaders realize that there are concrete realization that there are few alternatives to these societies. Therefore, there is a good deal of interest in self-reliance. Equally important are the carefully telegraphed changes that are coming from the rest of the world, whether it is the Biden administration preferences, whether it's the Iranian influence, the Turkish influence, the changes that are taking place in the entire region, European interest in the Middle East. It seems that everybody wants to do a lot more less in the Middle East and to gradually reduce their interests or their presence in the region as much as possible. If you take, for example, the United States as an example, the Biden administration, which is really following the Obama administration's policy towards the region, Washington seems to prefer an offshore balancing stance as well as a leading from behind approach. It wants to focus on a lot of other regions of the world, including Asia, which is of course fine, but that doesn't mean that you can neglect the Middle East as well, or other parts of the world. Now, of course, all of this exists because there is a fatigue around the world, not just because of the COVID crisis of the past 2 years, but there's been a great deal of fatigue of the entire Middle East for the past 2 decades, really. Now that Afghanistan and Iraq are behind us, there is also decreased dependence on Middle East energy resources after the shale revolution, the rise of both China as a hegemon and competitor as well, although it is important to bear in mind that the price of oil is back up above $80 per barrel, which means that the Middle East will continue to play an important role for global economies. Now, the focus of the new American administration, as much as European powers, is to concentrate on Indo-Pacific region, not the Middle East. People are talking about the AUKUS now, the Australia, United Kingdom, United States alliance that is emerging. Europeans are very much upset, and not just France, incidentally, but others as well. And even though there is an effort to step out of the Middle East and arbitrarily perhaps abandon even the Iranian nuclear agreement, even though Washington is now realizing how difficult it is to abandon this accord. As I said, US troops have been withdrawn, US and NATO troops have been withdrawn from the region. There's been a lot of pro-Israeli decisions that have taken place, including through the Abraham Accords by several Arab countries. And of course, the Biden administration and European powers are gradually proposing to think of alternatives for the Middle East as well. In doing so, all of these powers, I think, will appreciate the South Korean model as a key player in stabilizing the Middle East, and as well as a crucial ally elsewhere to fill an important vacuum. Such cooperation will, in fact, be in the interest of a lot of emerging powers. Now, let's look at the Korean economic miracle as perceived by several Middle Eastern states. Now, the Republic of Korea model is a solid paradigm for conservative Arab Gulf monarchies, but not just them. There is Egypt, there is Algeria, Iraq, and Jordan. All of them are candidates to emulate the Republic of Korea archetype as well. Cairo certainly has embarked on a massive creation of wealth scheme to reduce poverty. Algeria, likewise, is confronted its revolutionary demons that in the past paralyzed the country's immense socio-economic potential. While both rely on tourism, Egypt and Algeria are also semi-industrialized societies, and they feel solid intrinsic capabilities that need little tender loving care, if you would like, to eliminate corruption, which is what has really hurt them all this time. Likewise, Iraq and Jordan are potentially in the same categories as well, although wars have literally devastated the former and prevented the latter from taking off. Now, what is needed here, I think, is to acculturate these societies to the democratizing seeds in their economic plans that the Republic of Korea can, in fact, be such a conduit. In other words, I hope that the Republic of Korea model can become a way for these governments to become a lot more responsive to their societies. Let me put it simply, increasingly educated populations with access to industrial and even post-industrial capabilities, ideas and views, all of these changes, these societies are no longer, these populations are no longer willing to kowtow to the powers that be. And it behooves alert authorities to in fact become far more responsive, even if the process is very painful and will take a long time. Now, could this occur? Could relatively wealthy Arab Gulf monarchies instill the required work ethic to achieve such goals? Those of you who have heard me before have argued the answer is yes. There are optimistic signs that have emerged in the past few decades, and although a good deal more needs to be accomplished across the board, from gender equality to instilling respect for work and create a work ethic, the goal is to make young Middle Easterners far more productive, capable to use resources carefully, and appreciate that better performance levels will improve their lives as well. Again, the Republic of Korea model for stability is something that should be encouraged. And Seoul has trotted middle power attributes that have allowed it to have strategic alliances and prevent additional conflicts. All of this could occur in the Middle East as well. Now, of course, I am not putting the onus on you Koreans. Whether you have a global responsibility is something that you have to decide. It's not for outsiders to decide. But there is a universal acknowledgement that Korea has pursued responsible middle power foreign policy to promote its international norms. It mediated international disputes, and it contributed to stabilizing conflicts affected zones. It is an effective middle power, and during the question and answer period, I hope that you will ask Dr. Jang to provide you some additional details about how Korea can in fact play this important middle power role in the Middle East as well. It is a capability that should not be dismissed. Korea is not only an emerging middle power that can effectively guide its foreign policy to promote its own interests, of course, first and foremost, but also to act as a model for a lot of Middle Eastern countries as well. This is something that is very important, and there are several examples of what Korea has done in the past, including peacekeeping operations, including a lot of economic investments, and so on and so forth. Let me conclude by making the following observations. We sometimes don't want to volunteer, if you would like, the kind of outlook. We just want to describe things and analyze what has already occurred. I would like to take this a step further today. I would like to encourage Korean government officials, Korean intellectuals, and members of the society that are hearing this tape to actually look upon yourselves as potential actors that can make a difference. In the past, cooperation at the international level has, in fact, focused on anti-terrorism activities, which is, of course, a pillar of foreign policy to a lot of countries around the world now. And Korea has played an important role already by stabilizing the Middle East, cooperating with other countries, as I said, through peacekeeping operations, investments in developing societies, and so on and so forth. But it can also help, especially the conservative Arab monarchies that are traditional societies, like the Republic of Korea, to actually break the pattern of perpetual crises. You've done this successfully, and your model and your paradigm is something worth sending to others as well. Now, what is the method that one can choose to go ahead and rejuvenate these societies, or at least help rejuvenate? I've identified 10, which you can see on the screen. But briefly, the objectives that you can work on, and your government and intellectuals can work on, is to help end the civil wars in Syria, Yemen, and Libya. Second, to reduce refugee crises in several countries as well. Refugees need assistance regardless of political views, and this is something worth thinking about. Third, your model actually regresses authoritarianism because you have succeeded in a democratizing society, even though you had in your past authoritarian regimes. Four, to curtail the rise of extremism and ethnic nationalism as much as possible. Now, the next one is, of course, something sensitive because there are lots of government interests in cooperating with Iran as well, but Iran's expansionism throughout the area is something that needs to be curtailed. Iran is a legitimate country, it has its own interests, and there is a good deal of cooperation potential with it, but it can also be made to become a normal country. Whether or not the rise of Russia, the rise of even China in the region, all of these will increase their influences if in fact democratizing societies like Korea do not play their roles, the others will fill in the vacuum. But more important than all of this is to really encourage investments, local investments as well as foreign direct investments. Key idea is to develop entrepreneurship and finally to forge effective bilateral and multilateral alliances. I think that there is a good deal that Korea can do. Korea is a success story like none others. Obviously, Korea and Saudi Arabia, the UAE has just signed an important agreement, economic agreement that I'm sure all of you know about. All of these countries have important relationships, but do not be shy. Do not assume that Korea cannot play an important role. Korea is a success story, and it is upon you to share that success with those who actually would like to cooperate with you, would like to emulate, and would like to learn from you as well. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to appear, even though through a video, and I beg all of you to forgive me, but I am sure you're in good hands. Dr. Chang will be more than happy to answer additional questions that you'll have. She will add her own, in the discussion, her own analysis. She speaks for me, no doubt about that. I'm always happy to be on the same panel. I thank you and look forward to seeing you in person, God willing, in 2022. Thank you.
야, 조셉 케치시안.
It's been a very impressive and insightful presentation delivered by Dr. Joseph Ketushian. When we talk about the Middle East countries or the Arab countries, I believe that there is a wide gap between the way that these countries perceive Korea and Korea perceive itself, particularly in terms of its role to be played in the Middle East. It was a great opportunity for me to realize how great responsibility Korea has with regard to its role in the Middle East. Korea has preserved its tradition and yet succeeded in economic development, and particularly it has great manpower. And as Dr. Jang Ji-hang mentioned over and over in other forum, Korea has achieved a great success model or development model, and as a great pleasure for me to see that the Dr. Joseph Ketushian actually shares the same opinion with us. And Dr. Joseph Ketushian came up with 10 objectives that Korea can play a big role in the Middle East. Of course, there are national interests that the Korean government should pursue for its own good, but still, we need to understand what kind of needs are there in the Middle East and what kind of role that Korea is required to play in the Middle East. With this, I'd like to invite our panelists.
So we have 3 panelists who are the specialists and the leading experts in their respective fields. So we have Dr. Park Hyun-do and Dr. Jang Ji-hang from Korea, and via online, we have the first women journalist in the Middle East, and she's also the current president of the Bahraini Journalists Association and editor-in-chief of Al-Salam publication. She is Adeya Ahmed Al-Sayed. And so it's a great honor for us to be having her as our discussant as well. Each discussant will be given 10 minutes for a short comment and also assessment of the 2 presentations. We'd like to begin with Dr. Park Hyun-do. Good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Park Hyun-do. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this important event. In fact, the status of Korea has gone up dramatically. That's what we have been hearing often. And when I visited the Middle East before COVID, in fact, I was able to experience that myself. However, as someone who was born in the 1960s, many people share this thought, is that Korea still has a lot of challenges to overcome. We still have a lot of problems that we face. So why is it that other countries are considering us as developed nation when in fact we don't feel that ourselves? So, but in one way, we are a country that was influenced by the U.S. We watched the U.S. dramas, just like the Korean wave dramas are popular in other countries right now. We listen to a lot of American pop songs, even more so than the Americans themselves. But within a short span of 10-20 years, we've had a major uplifting of our national status in the international stage. And so I also think that this is a form of encouragement for us to work even harder, the fact that we are receiving this international recognition. I'd like to give brief comments on 2 presentations and give questions to them also. If you look at Korea-Middle East relationship so far, the area that we need to enhance the most is the cultural area, particularly in the field of education. We need a stronger bilateral cooperation in the field of education. And I say education because this has to do with the fundamental area that is required to enhance understanding among our peoples. We need more opportunities for our 2 peoples to get to know each other more. In Korea, in terms of Arab history, we rarely get opportunities to learn about the Arab history. Yes, things have improved recently, but many students so far do not know that there are 22 Arab countries in the Middle East, for example. And so this is an issue that has to be dealt with not just by the Korean education system or field only, but we are hoping that the Arab countries will also come on board to encourage the Korean education ministry or education field to provide the needed information, for example, and provide more opportunities for our youths to come together to learn about each other, to try to put ourselves in the other's shoes. I mean, this is what I've been thinking all along. So when we talk about Korea-Middle East relations, oftentimes we focus on the money. But if we want to really have a lot of economic benefits from the bilateral relationship, we need the deeper understanding. Particularly, we need more understanding on our histories, on our education. And so there are many Arab countries working hard to promote their history, make other countries learn about their history, and we in Korea have that need as well. So I think we could have some synergies. It could be a bilateral cooperation, or we could have Korea and the Middle Eastern regional cooperation, or opportunities to enhance our understanding of each other. We often talk about the Korean wave these days, but every morning my wife exercises, and there's a music that she turns on during exercise, but it's an Arabic song, but I have never heard about. And Salata Tapat is a famous Egyptian singer, and it's apparently that song that she listens to every morning during exercise. So Salaka Tapat, that song was sung by BIG, a Korean team recently, and there was a saxophone rendition of that same song by a Korean recently. So looking at this example, we realized that Korean and Arab countries were not actually that far apart. And I know Arab countries are working hard to learn more about Korea, and I think Korea should be doing the same as well. I mean, having just exporting the Korean wave alone to the Arab world will not be sufficient. I think there needs to be more effort on the part of the Koreans to learn about the Arab world ourselves. So that was my personal thought. I have a common question for the two presenters. First to Professor Kim Eun-bi, this is my question. As you mentioned, military cooperation is the highest level of cooperation, and it's very sensitive as well. But military cooperation, in fact, is seen from the perspective of the main enemy of those countries involved in that cooperation. It can be something very negative. So we have Korea, Middle Eastern military cooperation, and we need to strengthen that. Of course, we are beginning with cooperation with UAE right now, but this military cooperation, Korea is trying to expand that to include other Arab countries also. And when we try to strengthen or promote that military cooperation, what will be the biggest challenge that the two regions will face in the future? And I know there is some military confidential information that you cannot share with us. So, please share with us whatever information that you can. This same question goes to Dr. Kechichian as well. The political situation in the Middle East right now is changing very rapidly. At least in some parts of the region, there's very speedy changes going on. And so the U.S. is leaving the Middle East, and the U.S.-China hegemonic competition is going on. And in fact, Korea and the Middle East will be mostly affected by these kinds of global trends. So under the current circumstances, the rise of China and the U.S.'s containment against China, what will be the effect of these global issues or trends in the Korea-Arab relationship? Thank you.
질문 한꺼번에 받죠? 네.
Would it be better if we collect all the questions from the panelists first and then ask the presenters to answer to the questions? Ms. Ahmeda Syed, are you here? Are you with us?
Okay, thank you very much for joining this meaningful 17th Korea Middle Eastern Forum. So I think you listen to the beautiful two presentation. So if you have any questions and comments,
of course. First
yeah,
of all,
time
I'd
is for
like
you.
to-
Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank Korea-Arab Society, Jeju Peace Institute, and the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research. I believe that when you are involving three entities like that, an entity that focuses on the importance of cultural exchange, an entity that carries the name peace in it, and an entity that works on research, when they come together to organize an event, then there must be some information shared, a lot of information shared that we will all benefit from. The 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum, one of the most important things that it has so far shed light on, and I will try to be as brief as I can, is the issue of the stability in the region. I was glad that His Excellency, the first Vice Foreign Minister, shed light on the Abraham Accords. This region used to always be looked at as an oil-rich region. Today, it remains to be that, but the challenges also that this region faces have increased during the past 4 decades specifically. There have been a rise in extremism in the region. The Gulf countries have always proved to be stable, and the governance has been stable. We don't have wars in Gulf countries, yet Gulf countries' efforts has gone into preventing chaos in other countries of the Arab region. And Bahrain, if we want to speak about Seoul and its relations with South Korea, Bahrain this year celebrates 45 years of diplomatic ties with Korea, and these ties have been amazing. The bilateral relations have been amazing on all levels. What I'd like to shed light on is the stability of this region. The stability of this region is connected to the stability of many other countries in the world. When our countries fight extremism, it is because of our concern also towards extremism that hits countries in Europe. When you have extremist ideologies embraced in other countries, and these ideologies also lead to extremism, to terrorist acts that are committed by these entities. Our countries have been fighting that for a very long time. I think that the Iranian regime, since its announcement of its will to export an extreme Shia ideology, that comment made in the year 1979 led to the rise of extremist Sunni entities too. If South Korea, Seoul, and other countries in Asia want to continue to have strong bilateral relations with this region because of the common interests they have, then they should also look into what threatens the stability and security of this region. Iran remains to be a major player in the region in threatening its security. The Houthis continue to attack Saudi, continuously attack the security and stability of Saudi. You have Hezbollah in Lebanon, past 40 years of being financially supported by the Iranian regime. Now Seoul, South Korea has maneuvered successfully in its relations with Iran, with the United States, and with the Gulf Arab countries. And I personally believe that South Korea can play a more important role. We have all spoken about the fact that no one wants war in the region, and negotiation and peaceful resolutions are the only solution for this region to be stable. The Abraham Accords, as mentioned by the Vice Foreign Minister, is very important. These Abraham Accords also send a message out that this region is going through a transition, is going through a shift, a major shift that will create a more stable region. And I hope that our allies, South Korea, we have military cooperation with your country. And I hope that these cooperation, these alliances also contribute towards sending a message out to countries that are a threat to our region, where your interests are also based on. I try to be as short and brief as possible, but what makes me happy as a Bahraini is the fact that we are being very familiarized with what Korea is all about. It's not through the activities of the embassy only and through the cooperation we see between Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Seoul, but we also see the activities of the embassy in Bahrain, the cultural exchange programs. We see Korean food on our menus. These are all important factors towards creating special relations among people of the countries. And I hope that the points I have raised of concern to us in the Middle East will be taken into consideration by Seoul, by South Korea, as a major ally to our countries in the region.
아주 짧지만 중요한 comment.
It was short but very important comment, and also thank you for your precise analysis of the current situation in the Middle East. After hearing the comments from all three of our panelists, I'd like to summarize them.
Our third panelist is Dr. Ji-Hang Chang. So, Dr. Chang, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. My question for Dr. Kim Eun-bi. Well, I majored in international politics, comparative politics. So I'm going to be asking a question on this issue, which will be quite boring for some of you. I have a big question, one small question. So this big question is in line with the second question by Dr. Park Hyun-do. So this is my question. What I see is that globally, the U.S. is trying to leave the Middle East. That has been emphasized several times. The Secretary of State has mentioned often that we're going to do less in the Middle East. And so he specifically mentioned leaving the Middle East. The U.S. is preparing for leaving, and we're going to do less in the region. So I think this is a grand announcement from the U.S. government. And in August of this year, the Taliban has taken over the Afghanistan government once again. And so the U.S. neon sign announcement has become clear. And in fact, this statement has come out of the Obama administration previously also, and it has become clear under the current administration. So geopolitically, in international politics, it has great ripple effects and shock waves that it is sending out. And Professor Kim Eun-bi talked about the military cooperation, military aspects of our cooperation with the Middle East. So, and this is not just in name, but there is, in fact, there's been actual withdrawal, contraction, and lessening of the military capability of the U.S. in the Middle East. And we've seen that happening. There's been changes in the military facilities of the U.S. in the Middle East. And so the Obama administration first made that announcement, and the preparatory work has been ongoing for a long time. And there's been extremist forces in Iran pursuing expansionist policies, as was mentioned by Dr. Kechichian, and as Ms. Al-Sayed has mentioned also. But there are some nuclear weapons in Israel. So why is it that we are so scared of Iran? Why are there so many people mentioning the threat of Iran? Some say that this is a proxy war, so Lebanon and in the Gaza Strip, and it's in fact these areas that are more dangerous, some say. However, anyhow, Iran is pursuing expansionist policy, and when that happens, Israel will respond more strongly. And so looking at all of these events unfolding, I am sensing that really the U.S. is about to leave the Middle Eastern region, and the GCC countries are trying to open up more. And Saudi and Iran has had 4 rounds of negotiations to improve their relations. So the U.S. is leaving the Middle East to contain or to check against China, some people say. But in fact, I mean, China is trying to focus more on the Middle East for energy security regions. So Russia, for example, formed an international conference for the region, and in the Shanghai Cooperation Forum, Iran has become a member, and they're engaging in more discussions and dialogue.
Considering all these changes or the things that are happening in the Middle East, we can see that big change is happening in the region. And the question here is how the relationship between Korea and the Middle East should evolve in the midst of these changes. And after hearing the keynote speech made by Vice Minister Choi Jong, he just went through all the major historical events of the Middle East, the Lebanese situation, the Tunisia situation, and the Syria and Yemen. What will happen with regard to the civil wars going on in those countries? So he just went through all the major historical events or the changes made in the Middle East region. And I'd like to actually put my focus on the other the countries in the region, such as Turkey and Israel. So I'd like to ask whether you have any opinions on these countries.
As for the presentation by Dr. Joseph Kechuchian, well, he's not able to connect online for the discussion, and so I think the onus lies on the shoulder of Dr. Kim Eun-bi mostly. But anyhow, this is going to be a time for us to share the thoughts and concerns that we've had. There were a lot of excellent comments presented so far. Let me summarize that into 3. First of all, strengthening the U.S.-Middle East cooperation relationship. How will that be received or seen by the other countries or other neighboring regions? And the second issue has to do with the U.S.'s withdrawal from the Middle East. So we are experiencing this massive shift going on. So Korea's perception of Middle East or strategy towards Middle East, what should that be? What is the fundamental position that South Korea can take amidst all of these major changes? And thirdly, as was mentioned by Ms. Al-Sayed, and she also gave some comments as a Bahrainian person on the importance of the Iranian issue. And so for Korea, we have actually good relations, economic relations with Iran. And so these Gulf countries, the Arab countries, and its tension on its relations with Iran. Can South Korea play some kind of a mediator or an agent role between the 2 regions? Those are very difficult questions that have been given to me, so I'm not sure if I can fully answer them. As was mentioned by our moderator, I think there's something that we have to really discuss all together. But let me briefly share with you my thoughts. Let me begin with the easiest part of this question. Dr. Park Hyun-do talked about the need to enhance cooperation in education. And I wanted to just step in and say we are already doing that in the military. Our military right now, well, we have sent PKOs in Lebanon and South Sudan, and we are sending our KOICA unit to the UAE. Every time we send our units, we give training and education to our units to learn about the Arab region and Middle East. Of course, it's not sufficient. However, we do continue to provide these kinds of education. So this is just a promotional statement, but I just want to mention that we are trying to enhance education cooperation in the military. Next, in terms of the limitations or challenges with regards to strengthening military cooperation. So right now, most of the countries that we engage in military cooperation with would be mostly the Sunni countries in the Arab world. And so we can overlook Iran sometimes, and we may receive some protests from the Iranians. They may see this very sensitively, and we are aware of this situation. But despite that, Iran to Korea is a close partner in terms of our economic cooperation. So we understand the great potential that Iran has as an economic partner. And so, I don't think it's fair for us to have to pick and choose between the two, between the Middle East or Iran. So we need to be very wise when we approach these issues. Most of the Arab countries right now, UAE, Saudi Arabia, mostly, those are the countries that we're focusing on in terms of military cooperation. And I don't have to go into the details, but in military cooperation, the biggest challenges or the negative effects which we cannot avoid would be the issue with Iran. And in fact, in terms of the relations with Iran, militarily, Korea is very dependent on the U.S. We have a strong alliance relationship with the U.S. That is the foundation of our defense policy. And so in terms of the military or defense aspects, we have to deal with the Iran issue. However, we can focus more on other areas culturally or societally. I mean, we can strengthen our other aspects of cooperation further in order to try to ease the difficulty in the military cooperation. And there are two internal challenges that we face. First is the political issue, the possibility of this our dispatch of troops to Middle East becoming a political issue. It's not easy for the bill to be passed at our National Assembly, and one of the biggest criticism is that this may lead to a defense vacuum within Korea. We heard in the Saudi presentation earlier briefly, but when we send troops overseas, it means that some of our standing troops are being sent overseas. And so we have to be really cautious. And that has to be based on great confidence on national defense. In the case of the AK unit, I mentioned that they are the special forces, the top units in our military. And so this requires high level of trust and confidence in our defense capabilities. And also, reversely, we can say that our defense capability may experience some or a small amount of a vacuum. And the second challenge would be the U.S.'s strategy, change in the strategy towards the Middle East and change in the political situation in the region. And in fact, Dr. Jang Jae-yang is actually the leading expert on this issue, so I don't have much to add here. But the Middle East, it's true that it is experiencing major changes, and we've seen the emergence of new actors. I did talk with the Qatar ambassador earlier, but as a small but powerful country, it is engaging in a lot of diplomatic efforts, and the China and Russian approach to the region, it's something that we experienced previously, but it's been strengthened more recently, and the Iran, Saudi Arabia, or Israel cooperation efforts, we've been witnessing these major changes happening. For South Korea, of course, these are not urgent or most immediate issues yet. However, long-term wise, they will become important military and diplomatic issues for South Korea as well. In terms of diplomacy, I don't think there's much that I can add, but to talk about the military aspects, which I know more about, the Arab countries or our cooperation with Arab countries, can we continue with that in the future? Particularly, it may lead to some unexpected issues because of the Iran problem. So we need to be prepared for that possibility. And also, the U.S.'s strategy towards the Middle East has changed because the focus has moved to the Indo-Pacific region. And this is an open information, but this is an effort to contain the rise of China. So in terms of defense, we have a heavy reliance on the U.S. So is it going to be the U.S. or China? Do we have to choose between economics or politics? I mean, we are faced with that issue. Particularly, we had the recent THAAD deployment controversy a few years ago. And so are we going to be on the side of China versus the U.S.? I mean, it's a simple, childish, in some sense, question, however, but a critical issue for us. And I think the similar situation may happen in the middle, particularly the China-Iran relationship is becoming closer. And so our militarily sensitive issues that we have with Iran may become stronger. So 2 years ago, we had sent our Tongye unit to the Hormuz region, and we experienced that similar issue. And we're going to see a repeat of that in the future. For example, in Afghanistan right now, there's been a lot of controversy, chaos going on. And at the request of the U.S. or a third country, Korea might have to send or dispatch our troops. And so will we have to do that? What choice will we be making? Those are very sensitive decisions that we will have to face in the future. And so we have to be prepared for those possibilities. However, as we have done so in the past, upholding democracy and peace and human rights, Korea has to stick to those basic values. And when we send our troops abroad, when there's a need for military actions abroad, we need to consider not just our national interests, but not just acting alone as a unilateral country, but we can do it through the UN or the international community. And that kind of strategy can help us maintain good relations with other countries, particularly bilateral relations. So Dr. Park Hyun-do, of course, said that I shouldn't be mentioning any militarily confidential information. There's not much for me to share, in fact. I don't know much. But I think that would be it for me. Yes, you gave a very broad answer, but I think you did touch upon the core issues. And so you gave model answers to the questions given to you.
Since we have 10 minutes, we would like to take questions from the floor. So if you have any comments or questions, please feel free to talk about them. Since we do not have much time, please be brief when you make a comment or ask a question. Please state your name and association first. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Jong-me. I'm from Korea City Rejuvenation Council. When we talk about the Middle East region, actually a lot of people, Korean people, remind of construction boom and the construction business that the Korean people engaged themselves in. There are two key terms. One is the oil. Actually, in the Middle East, there was a hegemony war between the UK and the US, and Korea was in the middle of such kind of hegemony war or conflicts between the two major countries. And the second key term is religion in the Middle East. So Professor Kim Eun-bi mentioned military cooperation between Korea and in the Middle East, but I believe that the Korea's military cooperation in the region is a auxiliary or complementary mechanism compared to the U.S. So we need to be honest with the current position that the Korea is in right now. Korea has developed a lot, and we are called a advanced country. So I believe that it's time for Korea to take an independent movement rather than being an auxiliary player next to the U.S. Thank you very much.
So that was a positive comment. Thank you very much for that. Next question or comment?
이 문제 지금 사실은 이제 이게 중심.
The forum is hosted by Korea Arab Society, and as a result, we put our main focus on the Arab countries. But in our next forum, it would be great if we can invite our guests or the panelists from other Arab countries, such as Turkey or Israel. And while you are thinking about your questions, I would like to comment on the point made by Dr. Park Hyun-do. We have Mr. Ma Young-sam, Secretary General of Korea Arab Society. And the first and the second, the Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum were held focusing around the cooperation and between the two sides. And as Dr. Park Hyun-do mentioned, we need to actually improve our interest or take more interest in the Arab countries, and we need to respond to the needs of the Arab countries that they have with regard to Korea. So in order to have a meaningful economic and military cooperation, we need to have a solid cultural exchanges based on the consensus between the peoples. But if we compare to the perception of the Korean people about the Middle East, like 17 years ago when we had the first the forum, we feel that actually the perception has got worsened because of the Islamic phobia, which is rampant here in Korea. And also, with regard to the education of the Arab history, there is a lot that I want to talk about. Even the Korean history is not sufficiently taught in the Korean education system. So we need to think about what we can do about the improvement of the Korean education. And also, in addition to that, we need to think about what kind of the civil groups, the cultural exchanges can be made to address such kind of issue. So I'd like to ask the people from academia to work on coordination with regard to the cultural exchange between the two countries. And we need to further understand the Arab countries and their cultures. So actually, outside of the official education system and the official system, we need to think about the mechanisms to further enhance the cultural exchanges between the two sides. This is right time for us to work on such a civic level or the citizen level cultural exchanges. And Dr. Park Hyun-do made a very proper point. Are there any further questions?
의해서
If not, at the request of the organizers, we will have to conclude our session here for the next session. So with this, we will conclude session 2 of the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. I'd like to thank our 2 presenters and 3 discussants for your participation. Thank you so much once again.
That completes the session 1. I think we had a very productive and meaningful discussions. So I would like to thank all the panelists for their insightful remarks. And also I would like to thank our moderator speakers and discussants. So before we move on to the next session, we're going to take a short break for about 10 minutes. And the next session will start at 4:25 p.m. So please enjoy your break and please come back to the session 2, entitled Environmental Cooperation Prospects Between Korea and the Middle East. Thank you very much. 네, 그리고 현장에 계신 여러분께 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 지금 저희 행사장 내 네, 거듭 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 이제 세션 2 곧 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 아직 외부에 계신 분이 계실까요? 속히 입장하셔서 편안하게 착석을 해주십시오. 본 포럼 계속해서 마지막 세션까지 동식 통역 서비스가 제공이 됩니다. 채널 3번 한국어, 채널 4번은 영어입니다. 그리고 휴대폰의 상태도 마지막으로 점검을 해주시고요. 행사 끝날 때까지 모두 방역 수칙 잘 지키면서 마스크 아주 정확하게 잘 써주시면 감사하겠습니다. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Session 2 of the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum will commence very soon, so please enter the hall and be seated. And just make sure that we also provide you the simultaneous interpretation service throughout the sessions. Please tune to channel 3 for Korean and turn 4 for English. Okay, time to start. So welcome back from your break and thank you very much for joining us in the session 2 on environmental cooperation prospects between Korea and the Middle East. So let me introduce our moderator speakers and panelists in the session 2. First, we have Liab Al-Mansouri, Consular of Embassy of the United Arab Emirates in Seoul. 주한 아랍에미리트에서 참사관님께서 오늘 좌장으로 수고를 해주시겠습니다. Thank you very much for your time. Now, also we have with us Professor Jong, Division of International Studies, Korea University. 정소영 고려대학교 국제학부 교수님께서 오늘 또 발표자를 함께해 주셨습니다. 네, 교수님께서는 바로 전에 이 글래스고에서 열리는 이 COP20, COP20 회의를 참석하시고 이제 막 돌아오셨다고 하는데요. 아마 이 회의에서 공유된 내용들 아마 오늘 발표에서 잘 전달해 주시지 않을까라는 기대를 해봅니다. 교수님 발표를 기대하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. Also, 최재철, Co-President of Climate Change Center, 최재철 기후변화센터 공동대표님께서 귀한 시간 내주셨습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 그리고 소개해드립니다. 모하멘 고나, Associate Professor of Middle East Economics at the Korea School of International and Area Studies, 한국 University for Foreign Studies. 네, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 한국외국어대학교 국제지역대학원 교수님께서 또 오늘 함께 해주셨습니다. Thank you for being on site with us today. And also let's welcome our international speakers and panelists participating through online. 자, 그리고 온라인으로 함께 해주신 분들 소개를 해드립니다. Fateh Bellat, Research Fellow, King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center. king Abdullah 석유 연구소 연구원님 함께 해주셨습니다. Thank you very much. Yes, good to see you. Also, we have with us Aisha R. Suwaidi, Associate Professor, Department of Earth Sciences in Khalifa University of Science and Technology. 네, 칼리파 대학교 교수님, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. So also we have so much expectation in the session too. So from now on, I will turn the microphone over to the moderator of session 2. So Counselor Liab Al-Mansouri, please. The floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening.
안녕하십니까 여러분. 여러분 모두
My name is Rihab Al-Mansouri, Counselor at UAE Embassy in Seoul. I'll be the moderator for the second session. Actually, the session is about the environmental cooperation prospects between Republic of Korea and the Middle East. Actually, this session is so important for many reasons. First, because it's taking a place in line with the COP26 in Glasgow as a good venue for global leaders to renew their commitments to mitigating global warming and climate change. Second reason is because the COP27 and 28 will be held in Middle East. So let me introduce the first presenter of this session, Professor Chong So-young. He is a professor at the Division of International Studies of Korea University in Korea and director of Center for Climate and Sustainable Development Law and Policy of Seoul International Law Academy. Professor Chong has a wide experience in governance and institution building on climate change, marine environment, biodiversity, and sustainable development. Professor Chong going to deliver a presentation about searching for cooperation on climate change between Republic of Korea and Middle East. So the duration of the presentation is 20 minutes. And Professor Chong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for your kind introduction. Also, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the host organizations for giving me a chance to talk about searching for cooperation on climate change between the Republic of Korea and the Middle East. As mentioned before, I arrived in Jeju airport yesterday around this time, and then desperately heading toward the COVID-19 testing site. Otherwise, I could not be here. And I safely got the result which says negative. So I'm happy to talk about this topic together in front of the distinguished speakers. So first slide that I prepared for is this. So I took 2 pictures out of the slide in Glasgow, actually last week. As you know, that COP26 is going on still now, and then we just finished the first week of the negotiations, including the head of the leaders of the countries getting together by the host country, United Kingdom. And then as you can see that there are several things that I can share from the Glasgow. First of all, as I can comfortably say that Asia Pacific Group of the UNFCCC just endorses the UAE's bid to host the COP26 in 2023. Having said that, congratulations to the UAE. And then the other 2 pictures that I brought are the pictures of the pavilion. One on the left is the pavilion of the Saudi Arabia. The other one is the pavilion of the UAE. I saw that these are the only 2 pavilions among the Middle East countries who have actually a lot of activities in the Glasgow. And then so Middle East countries used to have an image that they might not be cooperative in dealing with the climate change. I think in Glasgow, Middle East countries made a great move forward, actually by creating the new image to the entire world that Middle East countries can be one of the partners and possibly leaders in dealing with the climate change, especially in the context of climate finance and other potential areas. So let me just talk about what I mean by the climate change now. We used to think that climate change is a matter of the cost. And then climate change ambassadors of each country, whenever they go to the UNFCCC negotiations, they were there to defend their interest, national interest, actually not taking any further burdens by themselves among not only developing countries, also developed countries as well. However, this story became something very outdated now because we now have a new platform to deal with the climate change issues by the Paris Agreement. I don't have enough time to talk about the details about the difference and similarities between the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, but at least I must have mentioned some of the things of them. First of all, Kyoto Protocol used to be called as a one based on the top-down based approach, which means that it imposes the legally binding obligations to the countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thereby, climate change has been regarded as a matter of the cost. So not only developing countries, but also developed countries were reluctant to take further burdens to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. However, Paris Agreement brought a big paradigm shift in dealing with the climate change based on the bottom-up approach. As you can see on the right figure, that in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, at the time this figure was made around 2009 when we were talking about the Copenhagen occurred, right, at that time, that in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 as planned, there is an alternative approach that we can achieve it by listing various available low-carbon technologies. As you can see, on the left, there is a LED technology. This is the cheapest one, and then it's the cheapest, and then even it can help building owners to make revenues. Well, I know that many of you are using the LED light bulbs these days. Of course, thinking about the climate change. More importantly, it consumes only about 10% of electricity bill, which means that you can make money. So there are some technologies even we can help countries to make immediately revenues, profits for the countries. As we move to the right side, there are some sort of cost implications. However, if we can actually put all these technologies in, which means that we can create about 2% of the global GDP market. So this is all about making a new path to grow your economy, making your countries to be more profitable, and then creating more jobs. Thereby, every president or prime minister or kings of your country must have interest in this. Once they saw this kind of new idea, then they might think, oh, this is new agenda that I can contribute myself to lead my country at the global level in addressing very challenging work of the climate change. At the same time, I can help my people to be better off in implementing all these ideas. It's a country-based, based on your national circumstances. If you are wise enough, you can create a global new market. And then, as you know that, as I said, it came out around 2009. Now we are in 2021. Renewable technologies, for instance, solars and winds. I don't think they are just a matter of the talking, right? It's a real thing. And then we can make all other technologies available. So that's paradigm shifting. So in that sense, that there are some features of the Paris Agreement which allows countries to achieve what they want to do in terms of creating new jobs and making their society sustainable in a low carbon way so that we can address climate change. Centrality of the NDC. Whenever any country, no matter whether I talk with the United States or Middle East countries or African countries, if they want to cooperate with each other, I always ask, what is your NDC, nationally determined contributions? Every country is supposed to develop their own national climate change plan and submit it to the UNFCCC. This is the starting point. Once I see the NDC of another country, I can generate a sort of the ideas on how and what we can cooperate on climate change. In that sense, NDC is the critical. Your country is supposed to develop the NDC very well, and then even at the regional level of the Middle East, this is very critical. And then importance of transparency. Now it's time for us to share the information together. Thinking about the stock market in your country, though, right? Companies are providing some of the necessary information so that they can participate in the stock market. That will help companies to get further revenues out of the getting funding or getting investment by the bank or some other sources. Same approach can happen in the climate area now, so we call it as transparency. You must be very clear in providing right information in accordance with the standard that UNFCCC has been developing, and this will ensure your country to have a better chance to work on climate change in a sustainable way. And the international transfer to mitigation outcomes, this This one was newly created under the Paris Agreement. This one is called as sometimes credits or ETS credits, CDM credits. But as I see that, this will give more implications for us in terms of a basis to let countries, two countries or South Korea and the Middle East to work together by sharing mitigation outcomes together. And then this is new. The negotiators are still working on the detailed rules to agree actually on this matter, but I assume that sometime, if not this year, then the next year, we will definitely have a detailed rule. Then I will see a lot of cooperation activities between or among the countries, including the Middle East. 5-year cycle global stock taking. So if you ask me what is all about the Paris Agreement regime, this is my answer, short answer. Paris Agreement asked each country to develop your low carbon development plan, that's NDC, and then implement it and submit the result in every 5 years. That's the sort of the short version and then the simple explanation about the Paris Agreement. So you'd better develop your countries or a regional climate change plan in every 5 years, right? In accordance with the UNFCCC cycle. That would work better. So these are some of the key, issues of the Paris Agreement that you must remember. And then this slide showed us that what are the essence? Mitigation, adaptation, and as I indicated that Paris Agreement is all about plan and implement your low carbon development. And in your country, which ministry is responsible for developing macroeconomic policy, and then bringing the resources into it, it's a Ministry of Finance. So in addition to Ministry of Environment, you need to have a Ministry of Finance, and then key driving force actually to make your countries grow your economy comes from technology, right? We are talking about hydrogen, we are talking about renewable. What are they all about? They are all about the technologies. So technology is very key. Also, among the countries, they don't have a capacity actually to address this. That's why capacity building is necessary. 3 things: technology, finance, capacity building. We call them as means of implementation. So in addition to adaptation, mitigation, if we rightly put these 3 elements well together, then we can make actually good opportunities together. There are some additional matters, as I said, in Article 6, that allows countries to cooperate together, and the things, including forestry. Do you know what? In the Glasgow, if we ask what is the major topic that the leaders of the world discussed about, that's land use and forestry. Because do you know what? Forestry is the area which covers about 25 to 30% in terms of global emission, and this is a sector where we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions relatively lower cost. And then many of them are located in developing countries. This is a very agenda that all the world leaders, more than 100, actually decided to work together in terms of deforestation. And then this forest sector is not just a matter of conservation. As Korea experienced, forest can be a very important technology. Actually, we can grow our society in a sustainable way. So every idea is included in the Paris Agreement. All right, and then let me quickly go to the Middle East. So this is the pictures that I got recently from the website. I know that, for instance, there was a green summit in Arab, and then this time in Saudi Arabia, where leaders of the Arab countries Middle East got together, and then some countries actually decided to develop their national climate change plan based on the ideas. And then we know that whenever I go to Middle East, now whenever I see the desert area of the Middle East, I think that this is not sorrow of the Middle East. This is the gift from the heaven, because you can generate a lot of electricity by installing solar panel and also wind power facilities. Of course, there are some technical matters that we need to solve because of the very strong wind, dust wind, and some others. But these are something that probably Republic of Korea can work together with the Middle East countries. Anyway, Qatar, for instance, these days, recently decided to establish a Minister of Climate Change. And then they appointed a former Minister of Finance as the first Minister of Climate Change. As I indicated, that Minister of Finance maybe play a very important role in designing and implementing the policies on climate change. And then I think one of the countries in the Middle East are heading toward that action as well. So let me talk about Korea very quickly. So Korea's climate change policy has a consistency. It started with the Lee Myung-bak administration through Park Geun-hye. Now we have a Moon Jae-in administration. And without having this consistency, I don't think that Korea can now have a sort of global leadership. We say that by playing a bridging role between developed and developing countries, and then if we want to work with Korea, you need to understand how Korean climate change policies have been developed. I don't have much time to go to the details, but let me talk about the Moon Jae-in administration. So even Moon Jae-in administration introduced the energy transition policy in the beginning, and that they are talking a lot about the carbon neutrality policy. And based on that, all the hearts of the Moon Jae-in administration is to actually commercialize all the important technologies. Korea has 10 climate change key technologies by the Ministry of the ICT and the Science. And as you can see, solar and wind, hydrogen, low carbon, low carbon, petrochemistry. Also, some other areas have been identified by the Republic of Korea. If we want to work together with Korea in terms of science and technology, as I said, you need to take a look at the NDC of Korea, and implementation of NDC of Korea says that these are the key technologies that Korea would like to work on. In addition, we need to also think about the Korea ODA, because those are advanced technologies, maybe fit for big investors, also already advanced economies like the United States. However, there are other important partners in the world for Korea, and then those partnerships can be developed through Korea's Green ODA. So I listed some of the possible issues in general that Korea actually has been focused on, or Korea will focus on in the very near future. In that sense, let us come to Middle East. So what can we do all together? First of all, whenever we talk about the Middle East, first sector that we can think about is the energy sector, of course. As I already mentioned several times already, wind and solar, sectors are pretty promising, I think. And then, as mentioned by already previous speakers today, then the nuclear issues can be further considered as well. In case of the United States, the Biden administration, emphasized the importance of using small-scale nuclear power reactor. And then Korea, because of some of those issues inside Korea, Korea can be a very good partner, work together outside Korea. And then as a UAE, just to introduce its first successful story about the nuclear cooperation with the Republic of Korea, I see that a lot of potential exists in the Middle East countries. So energy sector is very promising. Actually, marine environment is another area that we can work together. They have a very important, marine environment, and that we can design a cooperation not only in terms of conservation, but in terms of how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Right? Recently, in the COP, and the IPCC report identified that carbon sinks, that's observing CO2, are very, very important. They listed 2 sectors. First sector is forestry and land use. Second, oceans. And oceans, even if it's a very big sector to work on, actually maybe it was too big for countries to focus on. Now, time is coming for countries to utilize their efforts, how to use ocean area in terms of not only mitigation, adaptation, in other words, conservation, also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It will involve a lot of advanced technologies that we need to work together. And also, on the right side, the forestry. I know that even the recently announced country plans by the Middle East countries, they emphasize the forest sector. Yes, that's true. Forest, as I said, is the key issue area where countries are agreed to address in Glasgow. It's ongoing, it's happening now, and then I do hope that maybe we can develop some of the cooperative framework between the Republic of Korea and the Middle East countries, because Korea is very proud of being a very successful country in the world in terms of deforestation. So even I'm wearing a mask, if you take a look at it, it has a Glasgow CAP logo, and there is a one government logo, which is Korea Forestry Service. I was in Glasgow, especially to help out the Korea Forestry Service to promote this agenda, because I knew that forestry will be very, very important in this CAP. And then third one, the Article 6 that I said, I don't have time to go to the details, but this is a sort of, some people say that, many people say, actually it's a carbon market, but the way in which I see it, it's beyond the carbon market. The potential it has that this is the only article in the Paris Agreement which has a wording of international cooperation between or among the countries. We can design it, and then Republic of Korea, especially led by Minister of Foreign Affairs, has a sort of the ideas of the basic climate change cooperation agreement. And then Korea, I do hope that the Korean government even further their ideas on how we can build this one, not only with the developing countries, but also Middle East countries. We can design it in a scale of the beyond the FTA negotiation. It has a lot of potential, as I said. And then I am running out of time, so I do better speed up. So this is a little bit more details on how we can work together on the energy sector with the Middle East country. As I said, if you are interested in Korea, you need to take a look at 10 climate change key technologies, right? And then in case of Korea, we need to see what is the NDC of Middle East countries. And then, as I said, we need to include the transparency, in other words, MRB systems sharing the information, and then also we can make things happen in the context of the Article 6 mechanisms. So it's a grand design and a grand cooperation work. It will only contribute to peace and prosperity for both parties, and then it's a good thing to do. And another one is that, finance. So I know that in general, many of the Middle East countries have a capacity in putting their finance resources into this work, and in the sense that how we can design it, to make a long story short, then it can come up with a sort of designing NDC and implementing NDC in a very constructive way in the context of climate finance. We can do that. Also, by doing so, we can also include transparency, in other words, MRB, as I said, also Article 6 mechanisms. And then, generally, sometimes I regret that many people don't know these good opportunities. So sometimes we need to work on the climate diplomacy and capacity building. I've included two pictures that I got from Saudi Arabia. For instance, I myself worked together with King Abdullah University of Science and Technology of Saudi, and then we organized a workshop together to help out the Ethiopia University and government officers to better understand on climate change. And second one, as a Saudi, was a G20 host last year, and then we worked together to host the actual science training, where participants identified climate, and then health, and ICT are key future technologies. So in the context of climate, we need to include ICT and then health matters together so that we can generate more impact to the society. I don't think I have enough time to go to the last part. This shows that how my team has worked together with Ethiopia to generate some of the good opportunities for both. So we started with taking a look at NDC of the Ethiopia, and the blue color, that's the biggest one, is forest sector in Ethiopia. So, this group of the organizations, including my team, actually worked together with the Ethiopian government and universities, and then we came up with generating $12 million project for 5 years to be implemented GGGI, and then maybe after that, we can go to the jurisdiction level of the efforts, meaning the country level or provincial level of the implementation plans, with Ethiopia. There's a general scheme. It's a knowledge-based, diplomacy-based in the scheme, and that this one can be applied to other countries, including Middle East. If you want to work together with the Republic of Korea, this is just one example. So this is the end of my presentation, and if you have any questions, you can just email me with your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jong, for the informative presentation and for your views and the recommendation to enhance the relationship between the Republic of Korea and Middle East on climate change. Let me now introduce the second presenter of the session, Professor Fateh Belaid. Professor Fateh is a research fellow at King Abdullah Petroleum Study and Research Center. He has held various positions as a full professor of economics at Lille Catholic University, director of Smart and Sustainable Cities Research Unit. He has published more than 50 papers on climate change issues. Professor Fateh is going to deliver a presentation about buildings energy efficiency and climate change opportunities for regional cooperation. The duration of the presentation is 20 minutes. Professor Fateh, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind invitation. I'm delighted to be here with you. Actually, as the moderator said, I'm working at King Abdullah Petroleum Studies Research Center. I'm speaking from Glasgow because I'm attending the COP this week. So in this presentation, I will discuss a crucial topic that has lately emerged both in the policy-making arena and scholarly literature, which is the role of energy efficiency in the current energy transformation process and climate mitigation agenda. So specifically, I will discuss the topic from 4 dimensions. First, I will discuss why it is important to focus on energy efficiency while shaping the energy transition and sustainability path. Second, what are the barriers that stand in the way of large-scale deployment of energy efficiency in the sector? Third, I will highlight on the energy transition and energy efficiency journey in Saudi Arabia, and finally provide some policy recommendation to speed up the energy efficiency implementation and strengthen cooperation between Korea and the Middle East countries. So here just an outline of my presentation. I will skip it. So before going in deep on the topic, first of all, let me present briefly the climate change challenges. So climate change now is one of the biggest challenges that we face, and there can be a lot of confusion about it. To start, I want just to say that climate change is simple, serious, and solvable. So simple meaning that we understand the problem and the basic science and evidence behind our understanding of climate change is understood since many years. Serious meaning that it's already impacting us, and the impact of climate change felt today from rising sea levels, the extreme weather, shifting ecosystem, and the impact are accelerating now. Solvable meaning that we have the expertise and the solution to mitigate climate change and implement some adaptive solution. So the other side of serious is that while the weather, rising seas, and other aspects of climate change impact the people, places, and things that we care about, the nature, the health, and our economy. So even if the climate change is serious, we have power to act, and we have the solution already exists. And given this context, the global energy sector is undergoing a rapidly accelerating transition and the investment patterns are changing, prompted by a multitude of drivers, including technological change, evolving consumer preferences, and policy measures. And the policy affecting the energy sector are motivated by a range of objectives. Tackling climate change is critical consideration among this objective, but governments actually are faced with other priorities, including ensuring affordable energy supply, reinforcing energy security, and delivering universal energy access for everyone. Actually, many energy policies are, have the capacity to achieve the Paris Agreement goal and the net zero path, including energy efficiency, renewable energy, carbon capture, etc. And energy efficiency improvement has the potential to mitigate tension between economic growth objective and sustainable development commitments. The International Energy Agency estimates that energy efficiency improvement could deliver over a third of the cumulative reduction of greenhouse gas emission necessary to stabilize the climate change. So before delving into the first dimension of my topic, first of all, let me give a brief definition of energy efficiency and what we mean and what's actually the main challenges of energy efficiency. So a straightforward definition of energy efficiency is the use of technology to achieve the same level of services measured as economic output or production quantity while consuming less energy. And typically energy efficiency is considered in the end-use sector, including transports, building, and industry. So to the first dimension of my talk today, why it is important to focus on energy efficiency of building while shaping the energy transition and the sustainability path. As you know, a major global challenge is that both world's population and energy consumption are increasing steadily. The world population grew from 3.8 to 7.7 billion in barely 50 years between 1972 and 2019. During the same period, annual energy demand per capita also went up from 57 to 75.7 gigajoule. Today, approximately 100 billion barrels of oil are consumed in the world on a daily basis, and by 2050, global population is projected to reach around 10 billion, and more than two-thirds of the world population will live in urban areas, actually. And global consumption is expected to rise by 27% by 2040, which underscores serious challenges for mitigating climate change. So this intensive urbanization and energy use already present serious challenges to our society, as Professor Chang mentioned, so including socioeconomic inequality, energy insecurity, intensive energy use, and increased natural and human-made disaster. Actually, the building sector, the residential and commercial, is one of the largest energy consuming sector. Combined, the building and construction sector are accountable for more than a third of the world's final energy consumption and for nearly 30% of total direct and indirect emission. Further, buildings use 25% of the world's water, 40% of the world's natural resources, and this demand continues to grow due principally to improved access to energy in developing countries. And direct and indirect emission from electricity and commercial heat used in building reached 10 gigaton, which is the highest level ever recorded. This represents about 28% of total energy-related emission. So, therefore, buildings have a massive potential to deliver cost-effective greenhouse gas emission reduction in both developed and developing countries. In the last decade, many experts and international institutions such as the International Energy Agency highlighted the highest unrealized energy saving potential achievable from building design and the renovation of the existing and aging dwellings. According to the International Energy Agency, about 80% of the economic potential of energy efficiency in building remain unrealized, primarily due to non-technical barriers. In addition, building energy consumption can be significantly reduced by 30 to 80% with just the commercially available technologies. So energy efficiency deployment in building has the potential to knock 2 birds or more down with one stone by fostering a healthier environment, improving well-being, and contributing to the sustainable development goals. Arguably, the most obvious potential benefits of energy efficiency in building are the environmental one, as it contributes to the SDG 13 by reducing carbon emission, improving environmental quality, and mitigating climate change impact. Also, the 17th SDG's goals are wide-ranging, from eradicating hunger to promoting peaceful and inclusive societies. Over the next few years, there are several goals to which the decarbonized building sector could and already does contribute significantly. So it can contribute, for example, to various other SDGs by improving the health and well-being, to SDG 7 by using renewable and green energies, to SDG 8 by creating jobs and stimulating the diversification of the economy, also to SDG 17 by strengthening cooperation and forming strong global partnership between the countries. Today, the achievement of building commitments related to energy consumption depend on willingness to invest or not on the energy efficiency of millions of private actors, which are the individuals who are making decisions at the most disaggregated scale. Thus, considering the slow rate of energy efficiency investment, there is an urgent need to go further in the understanding of the decision-making process behind energy efficiency investment to design effective public policy. So, as I said, despite considerable advantage and promise and multiple benefits that energy efficiency can offer both for developed and developing countries, there are many barriers that stand in the way of large-scale development of energy efficiency in the sector. So this point, to the so-called energy efficiency paradox, sometimes referred to as the energy efficiency gap, broadly defined as a significant and persistent difference between the socially optimal level of investment in energy efficiency. So this phenomenon is linked to the fact that individuals seem to underinvest in energy efficiency that have the potential to be more than worthwhile in terms of energy saving. So the question is why we are not obtaining this economically efficient level of energy efficiency. So debate over the energy efficiency gap is not new, but there has been a striking increase in policy interest and investment in energy efficiency over the past decade, and plus considered resurgence of academic literature regarding the climate change and the achievement of sustainability goals. So energy efficiency choice require a complex investment decision-making which need a trade-off cost of now for future savings. The production of energy efficiency implies investment decision characterized by medium long-term horizon, higher initial investment, and lower future costs. For example, renovating or constructing a new house, we need to choose between the standard or new technologies. The price is different, and the advantages are different as well. So assessing the future costs requires information about the future energy prices, the energy saving with use, the amount of product will be used, the life duration of the product, also the potential regulatory effect like the carbon tax, for example, also this contract. So accordingly, individuals want to minimize the private costs and the society want to minimize the social cost, I mean the externalities. Unfortunately, rational decision made by individuals may not provide the best social outcome, and private decision making regarding energy efficiency may not economically efficient. So several explanations can be brought forward to understand the energy efficiency paradox, which can be summarized into three different categories: investment cost, hidden cost, split incentive, and market failure, and inertia and lack of interest. So just as you say here, I summarize the drivers and the barriers from the other side. So the drivers, as I mentioned, are the value of energy savings, the co-benefits and the intangible benefits, the awareness and motivation to the climate issues, and for the barriers, starting from the classical economics barriers to the behavioral ones, the investment cost, the hidden cost, and so on. So the choice of good may not minimize the present value cost, and the principal agent conflicts or the split incentive are among the most frequently cited explanation for the energy efficiency paradox and market failure. The best example are the landlord-tenants and builder-buyer conflicts, in which agents make suboptimal investment choices from the principal perspective. A further critical market failure that has received the most attention is that of missing incomplete or asymmetric information. We can distinguish two models of imperfect information. In the first, households and firms may ignore the potential to invest in energy efficiency. For example, homeowners are aware of how poorly their house is insulated and the benefit of insulating the house. The second model is similar to the Akerlof model, the so-called market of lemons. In this case, buyers know that different products exist in the market, such apartments, commercial buildings, and these products have different level of energy efficiency. But these differences are costly to observe, thus they are not willing to pay more for goods with better energy efficiency. These individuals are likely to leave the market. So delivering energy efficiency requires addressing the barriers and drivers in organizational decision making. So if policies can address the non-financial dimension, there is good prospect for net economic and development gains. The main type of policies is economic incentives, information strategy, and energy efficiency standards. I don't have time to go in the detail of these policies, so let me go to the third dimension of my talk, which is the Saudi's energy transition journey. And I summarized actually in this slide the Saudi energy efficiency and transition journey. As you know, Saudi Arabia is very active country to diversify the economy and mitigate the climate change. So Saudi Arabia has adopted many targets and strategies to addressing climate change and accelerate the energy transition. This includes the country's initiative in energy efficiency, renewable energy, nuclear, and hydrogen, most notably to ensure an inclusive and holistic approach to managing energy transition and greenhouse gas emission. Saudi Arabia has adopted a circular carbon economy approach that advocates for incorporating an additional R, which is the remove to the three existing R's of the circular economy concept. This results in the fourth R's of the circular carbon economy framework: reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. And energy efficiency has been gaining the attention of the Saudi policymaker in different sectors, including building, transportation, and industry. So in 2010, Saudi Arabia established the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center, C, with a sizable mandate to enhance energy efficiency in production and consumption to prevent depleting national resources and enhance economic and social welfare. Since its establishment, SEEK started the Saudi energy efficiency program that aims at rationalizing energy consumption and improve energy efficiency. In the residential building sector, SEEK was able to make a giant energy efficiency leap during the last decade through three main initiatives, which are the labeling and energy rating, public awareness campaigns, and updating the minimum energy performance standards and building. So here I summarize the most, coming to the last dimension of my talk, I summarize that's the most prominent measure to optimize the regional and international learned lessons and leverage them as the backbone of resilient and well-being economic models. So the following key policies recommendation enable countries in the region to take the lead in establishing a unified platform for climate action, channeling investment toward a low-carbon economy, and fostering the underlying co-benefit across its members. First, implement measures to increase resilience to the challenges of the global policy-driven energy transition. This includes reforming the domestic energy market within countries in the region through a comprehensive legal framework for the decarbonization of energy sector and the economy. Second, reinforce data collection and evidence-based studies by promoting energy and environmental data collection, strengthening the empirical support to further enhance and inform the energy efficiency strategies, and fine-tuning of forecasting models and energy demand theories. Third, stimulate the R&D and innovation by strengthening energy and environmental innovation process and system, stimulate cooperation among all stakeholders, academic, private, and public entities within the region, and reinforce innovative technologies, localization, stimulating local experts and strengthening their knowledge to stimulate shared well-being and sustainability agenda. Fourth, adopt dedicated financial mechanisms by promoting climate advancement instrument and facilitate the transfer of climate technologies through the inclusiveness of innovation within appropriate institutions and network, while assisting developing members to achieve their mitigation and adaptation objectives. Fifth, setting up a holistic vision and regional approach, adoption through the design of coordinated approach, accounting for the interaction between different sectors and components of the ecosystem in the region, and the assessment of the inter-regional effect and identifying their social, economic, environmental vulnerabilities. Six, support sustainable economic diversification by aligning climate mitigation and adaptation commitment with economic policy to enhance a swift transition to sustainable and climate resilient economic growth, and creating transparent and predictable business environment. Seven, developed nature-based solution by rehabilitation and upgrade of protected area to conserve biodiversity, development of nature-compatible international trade, and support ecological agriculture approach with reducing greenhouse emission and promote healthier diets. Finally, support the circular economy through the outlining of essential foundation of the circular economy and adoption of innovative approach to promote and convert waste in revenue stream. And it needs to be complemented by a range of policy measures related to technology, for some of which could be good cases for international cooperation dedicated at R&D or for expansive big unit high-risk technologies, technology road mapping and market building, international technology transfer and diffusion at scale. This ends my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer your question. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Again, thank you for
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Fatah, for your presentation. You have mentioned such a valuable recommendation for strengthening regional cooperation that we wish to consider and implement it in the near future. Now let me move to our discussion part. Let me ask first Professor Aisha. Professor, we look forward to hearing your comments on the content of this session presentation, and if you would like to share with us more recommendation on how to enhance the environmental cooperation between Korea and the Middle East.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank both of the speakers first for their great talks and the points that they highlighted. And I think it's important to note too that Professor Soo-Young Chung, he discussed certain key areas that Korea has been working in to enhance, which included things like cement and also the steel industry. And I think that ties in very well to Dr. Bered's talk, because as you know, the Middle East and the Arabian Gulf region, there's been a lot of growth and development, and with that has come quite a lot of infrastructure development, which requires a large amount of cement and steel works, which is a huge contributor to CO2 in the global carbon budget. It's a big source, and so I think certainly there should be scope within research and development, as well as developing partnerships to think about cements and steel works that have reduced CO2 emissions associated with them. And I think that's a really key thing when it comes to buildings and infrastructure that brings together both of the talks that we just sat through. I think it's also important to note that Professor Chung also mentioned the oceans as a sink. And while the oceans are certainly a very, very good sink, geologically we see that for carbon, we also have to think about in developing technologies that while oceans are a sink for CO2, when they sink the CO2, there are some environmental repercussions of that, which we see right now, which is a change in the pH in the oceans. And so we have to be conscious that as we develop technologies and we think about collaborations and partnerships between Korea and ourselves here in the Middle East, and we think about developing technologies towards using the oceans as a sink, that we're also considering how to mitigate any environmental impacts associated with the oceans being a sink of CO2, specifically because we have very environmentally sensitive coral reefs here in the Arabian Gulf and in other seaways near us, such as the Red Sea. And they're very sensitive to pH changes. And so as we think about the oceans as a sink, we have to really think about our baseline research. What do we know about these ecosystems and how they might be affected? And so I think there is a very good argument here for not only developing industrial collaborations, but also in developing research collaborations between institutes which are focused on climate change research in Korea and universities, as well with universities here in the UAE that are working on similar problems and are very familiar with these ecosystems here, as well as some of the challenges that we face. I think Professor Chung also mentioned the challenges of solar energy and solar panels here in the desert where we have high winds, we have quite a lot of dust and debris, particulates really, which can impact those solar panels and provide a challenge to solar energy enhancement basically here in this region. And these are things that I think local scientists and engineers are very familiar with. And so I think kind of creating academic industrial partnership in solving and tackling some of these challenges can significantly help enhance the development of technologies that can combat climate change and some of the climate change challenges that we face. With that, I think it's very important to note and to pick up on the fact that the key thing is education and education of the general public. And I think Professor Chung talked about the work that was done in Ethiopia in collaboration with the universities in Ethiopia But certainly I think there's a lot of scope regionally as well to enhance the public perceptions and public awareness of energy, energy efficiency, climate change impacts, and how we as citizens of these nations will be impacted in the future, and how we can adopt technologies that will allow us to tackle climate change. And I think with that, those are my main topics that I think are very important to think about with respect to both of these talks. I think I have 10 minutes, I think. I'm not sure how long that was.
Thank you, Professor Aisha, for your comments. And now we would like to hear from Ambassador Choi about his comments on the presentation and to share with us your observation as a previous ambassador on climate change.
예, 소개 감사합니다. 제가 오늘
Thank you very much. As a discussant, I would like to make 4 points. The theme of the session number 2 of the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum is climate change and related cooperation. And it's very surprising and welcome the sign, and I believe that the Korea-Arab society is doing a good job in catching up with the pending issues. The regional cooperation agenda are various, and I believe that the Arab countries or the Middle East was the last region that we actually bring the climate change related cooperation to attention. Korea has participated in negotiation and the processes with regard to the climate change convention, and actually the countries were asked to create groups, and there were the countries which that export the fossil fuels, and also there were countries that import the fossil fuels. And actually, those 2 different category countries were grouped into one, the same group. So actually, in the past, Korea has put its focus on economic development rather than environmental protection. And the reason why the climate change has been a key subject in the countries around the world is that the increasing number of countries come up with their dedication to net zero emission, and Saudi Arabia came up with the 2060 net zero emission vision, and also China followed the suit and came up with the similar vision of net zero emission by 2060. While listening to presentations made by 2 presenters, I learned a lot. Professor Jong actually has expertise in the area of climate change and climate change mitigation, and he just came up with a great vision for the mitigation of climate change impact. And I believe that his presentation will be very informative to those who study in the area. And our second presenter, Dr. Fateh Belaid, actually touched upon the field that I like most. We talk about the carbon neutrality, but we actually miss out the energy efficiency in our discussion on carbon neutrality. The direct and indirect CO2 emission in the area of buildings actually reaches 10 billion gigaton, and it takes a huge portion of the global CO2 emission. And actually, this important point is ignored or neglected in the discussions on climate change. But Dr. Fateh Belaid made a very good point about CO2 emission made by the buildings. And also he mentioned urbanization and the increase of the population. By 2050, the global population, and 2/3 of the global population will live in the urban areas. And their accommodations will be the form of apartment buildings, and such kind of residential type require intensive the energy consumption. Currently, there are a lot of discussions made on the solar panel based power generation. Back in 1970s, Korea started its construction projects in the Middle East region. And that's how Korea started economic cooperation with the Middle East. And in the future, I believe that the building energy efficiency will be a new area for economic cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. I just mentioned that Middle East was the last region that Korea actually brought the cooperation in terms of climate change as a kind of cooperation agenda, but there has been a certain cooperation. And the Abu Dhabi IRENA renewable energy facility was the result of the cooperation between the two regions, or between Korea and the Middle East, and also the directors from the Arab countries provided all the needed support when we come up with a special project with regard to the energy saving here in Korea. And what the future society will look like. We are talking about the 2050 net zero emission vision, and Korea is an energy intensive industry model. And I believe that the Middle East share the same concern over the accomplishment of the net zero emission vision along with Korea. And the existing cooperation platform will not be valid anymore. We need to think about whether the existing cooperation mechanism will still work in the future when we deal with a new agenda. So I believe that the political leaders from Korea and the Middle East should come up with a new cooperation platform to tackle the climate change. And such kind of platform will be utilized for the policy coordination between the two countries or the two regions. And such kind of transition is absolutely needed. So there should be a dialogue channel for the creation of such new platform, and also building energy efficiency is a key area that the future cooperation can be made, and the distribution of renewable energy is another field that we can think about when we talk about the future cooperation, and also CCUS, or the energy storage the devices or facilities, are the areas that Korea has a great specialty in. And energy storage facility can be another area that Korea can cooperate with the Middle East countries. The smart grid will be a key solution, and also such kind of solution can expand the scope of economic cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. The future technology requires a high level of expertise and technological know-how. Against this backdrop, the various opinions should be exchanged in a forum like today's forum. We talk about the change of channel or establishment of a new policy coordination channel to deal with climate change agenda or issues. So we need to give more thoughts in relation to the presentations made by the presenters. So I'd like to have the opinions of presenters on this specific issue of a new channel establishment.
Now I would like to hear from Professor Gouda about his comments, and also I have questions for him. Like we have noticed a commitment from a large number of countries in the region to invest in renewable and clean energy. how do you evaluate these projects?
Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. I think I'm very happy with the previous presentations and the discussion. Almost all the points I'm going to talk about touches on my colleagues' points. So Professor Chang's presentation was right on the spot, I think, talking about regulations, talking about policies that needs to tackle environmental issues. And if you remember our last forum, we talked about this, and we have seen together how Middle East countries, some of the Middle East countries are doing great job, trying to do great job with regards to regulations, with regard to physical incentives to create more favorable environment for clean energy and all that. UAE, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, but many Arab countries are still lacking. And if we compare this, with what Korea have, we can see significant gap between what Korea have achieved and between what Arab countries have done so far. So this is one thing that we can definitely talk about, and we can check out, talking about regulations and all that. Talking about public perception, and this is what Professor Swede have mentioned, and also what Ambassador Choi have also mentioned. Before I came here, I did some simple search. So I went to the World Value Survey to see how Arabs versus Koreans see environment. And there's a question, very interesting question, talking about what is the priority, environmental policy versus economic growth. So they are asking people, would you sacrifice economic growth for environmental policy? So in 2013, Korea, 48% of Koreans agreed with this, that environmental policies or environmental clean energy should be sacrificed for economic growth. Only 6 years later, we're talking about 58%. So 10 percentage point increase in Korea in 6 years. So this can reflect how Koreans see and believe that the environment plays a key role. What about Arab countries? Unfortunately, the picture is not so glamorous. So the average of the Arab countries in 2016 and 2014 was around 41% of people in Arab countries believing in this. In 2020, only 38% of Arabs. So it's getting less, actually. So we can see there is a significant challenge concerning public perception in Arab countries and all this. And I think this creates tremendous challenge for governments and for experts and for researchers to tackle this, to change the perception. But the good news is that we have the hope. It's coming to Arab countries very soon. I mean, perhaps next year we will have a Middle Eastern country, perhaps Egypt, and then the following year we will have perhaps UAE. So this shows that governments in those countries are really, have huge incentive to change this and to change the public perception and to deal with these issues. So is this always bleak? Is it so bleak? I think not. I think because of this forum and because of previous forums and because of our discussion today, we can build on something, we can materialize something. So I did some search, and I found, for instance, that with Korea, we have something called ASEAN Korea Environmental Cooperation Unit, which was started work a few years back, and there's significant fund for it and all that. And I don't know why we don't have something similar with Arab countries. So what about having something like Korea Arab Environmental Cooperation Unit, where we can establish a stabilized and a stable, a persistent effort on the political level and on the academic level to promote environmental energy and all that. As an economist, I don't so much believe in win-win situation, but as a political economist, I think this is a good opportunity for a win-win situation. We're talking about Korean government trying to help Arab countries with the regulations, with what kind of policies to enhance environmental issues and all that. And also Arab countries would definitely be benefiting from Korea technology, from Koreans' expertise and Koreans' capacity building. So I think there is a huge opportunity for us, and Korea can play a major role when it comes to this issue. So I hope we can build on something more stable, and we can all share this in the future. We can have a better future for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gouda. I have a question for our presenter, Professor Jong. How do you think Korea can work with Middle East in order to implement a corrective actions to reach net zero carbon? Yeah, you can answer, yes.
So I guess that the chair wants to give the floor back to me to respond to some of the questions or comments that have been raised toward me. Going to your question, that's a very big question, right? And then I think that is related to what Ambassador Choi asked me, what do we need in terms of strengthening cooperation between the ROK and then the Middle East countries. I think there could be several options. And the first could be very controversial, but if we can do that, only thinking about the relationship between Republic of Korea and then Arab or Middle East countries, everything starts from the UNFCCC process. So we gotta cooperate closely in the UNFCCC, and then Ambassador Choi mentioned a little bit about that context, here and there, but there is a way for us to strengthen further firm relationship. That will require the very strong belief, and then the leadership by the president and the king. That means that we can form a same negotiation group. Korea belongs to EIG, and then Switzerland is one of the most active players there. But as I see that the backgrounds that Switzerland is a great country though, but the background that Switzerland has, they don't emit the CO2 that much, right? It's an important country, but the whole background is different. So I have seen a lot of difficulties in my side how Korea can make a team with Switzerland in EIG group, right? Respecting what the Switzerland are doing, but the things that has been proposed within the group are different from what the Korea might be able to do. As Ambassador Choi said, as I see that, both country and the regions are energy intensive. So second, at the government level, and then we can form a sort of the strategic, climate alliance between the Republic of Korea and the Middle East. And then there, we can set up several working groups. And then those working groups, one of them might develop the sort of the long-term strategies between two countries. The other groups may include, and if I were someone who is in charge of that, energy, of course, for sure. And then we talked about the marine environment and forest. That's a nature-based solution. So nature-based solution will be one of the key agenda in the climate area. We can include it. I understand that the Middle East has a lot of potential in climate financing. And then Korea hosts the GCF. And then for that regard, then we can also include the climate financing. Overall, in the end, everything will be depend upon how we can engage the private sectors into this work. So we can generate another working group or any track to talk about public-private partnership in this under this umbrella. So we need to build some of the policy platform by the government, and where we can also include private sector and possibly international organizations, other necessary stakeholders altogether. This is could be one of the things that kings and then the presidents and the prime minister can announce proudly in the world that these energy-intensive economies are willing to develop their cooperation to address climate change in a more active way, and that there are ample opportunities to do so. And then other issue like cement and the steel industry. These are the one of the two of the very energy-intensive sectors actually, emitting a lot of CO2s. And then Korea has been a very diligent country. When we were poor, we received every advice seriously, coming from our developed countries fellows, and they advise us to focus on the cement and automobile, steel, and other energy-intensive structures. And then it ended up with having this problem. Well, that's fine, because Korea can find another way of addressing these big challenges and then while addressing climate change. We can do that, but please bear in mind that there is an important related agenda to do so. That's the CBAM, that's a carbon border adjustment mechanism that has been promoted by the European Union. European Union actually has announced a draft regulation earlier this year in July that they're going to impose some of the the tax type of the burdens actually to the imported products in this sector, and then they might have some of their implications. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that we cannot do anything. We can further consider how to make further cooperation in this area while considering that managing the CO2 emissions, right? And then I'm sure that great countries are working together, and we can come up with very good answers on this matter. So. Overall, and then one final comment, ocean matters, right? We need to not only consider reducing greenhouse gas emissions, also we need to consider protecting the environment. In that regard, I would suggest that I took a look at Red Sea area before actually, and there is a regional cooperation mechanism among the coastal countries, for instance, and then there is a good approach called a large marine ecosystem approach, and that has been promoted by UNDP and then within the United Nations system. And then Korea used to maintain that LME project here, and then if other similar ones would be developed in the Middle East area, and then putting the climate component more seriously, then it can be a good way of not only reducing greenhouse gas emissions, also preserving the ecosystem in the ocean area. So there are only ample opportunities. Only final question is whether or not we have a political will to work together. That's the thing that every country between the Korea and the Middle East must work together.
Thank you. Actually, we have 9 minutes left to end the session, so I can open the floor for the audience if they have any questions. So please mention your name and to whom we would like to address your question, please.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentations and lectures, first of all. And I'm Sujin Kim, and I'm an undergraduate college student studying international relations and political science. And I was also selected as the youth delegate of the Republic of Korea for a lot of international youth forums. And I actually realized that a lot of countries, almost all countries, are emphasizing the role of youth in achieving the environmental crisis problems and how they are trying to cooperate with each other in addressing the environmental problems. So I just would like to ask if there are any other ways that youth could be engaged in solving the areas of present concern in relation to environmental problems. And also, I would like to also ask whether there are other strategic partnership ways that could also strengthen the relations between the Middle East countries as well as the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Guda, you would like to answer her question about youth role in environmental issues?
Sure. Thank you so much for the interesting question. I totally agree with you. I mean, there are lots of potential for youth and all that. I think coming from the Middle East, the main problem we face is public perception. This is the main thing. I mean, of course, I wouldn't. I mean, with the love of many Arab people to K-pop and K-drama and all that, I wouldn't think. I mean, it would be great if you could. I mean, put a message there, regarding the environment, regarding the future, the bleak future that we might face. Again, I mean, living in Korea, and I think Korea can play a major role in this, in changing the public perception. We have seen Squid Game, right? So, so I think the same idea can be handled in drama and by changing perception, and there are roles for this, So I hope, as a youth, you can spread the message. You can, write more on this, and I would love to help if possible. Thank you so much.
Yes, another question. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Ambassador Hong Young-gi. I'm also the former ambassador of Korea to the state of Kuwait. And it's really Ambassador Choi pointed out, a pleasant surprise to see this kind of a new area of cooperation between Korea and Arab countries. And I wish to point out that there's already some ongoing project in this regard between Korea and Kuwait. For example, South Sadr Abdullah Smart City project is to aim to create a new city with increased energy efficiencies, more environment-friendly conditions. And LH of Korean Land and Housing Corporation and the Kuwait Ministry of Housing is working on it, and it's a good shining example in this regard. But also, as Dr. Belaid and also Dr. Suedi pointed out that the public perception could be a very important issue here, because the initial investment to overcome the initial cost is really great. And as if you move into any GCC country in the building, you can see it's extremely cold. The room temperature is extremely cold in the summertime. Sometimes it goes down below around 18 or 17 degrees Celsius. In Korea, it's 28 or 29 degrees Celsius, the room temperature in the summertime. It means that the whole social economic structure of a GCC country is geared at some kind of energy efficiency, because they are actually abundant in oils and other natural resources. And to overcome this crisis, not just government policies and public perception, changing public perception is extremely important. And my question goes to Dr. Belaid. Is there any kind of Saudi government policy and effort to change this kind of public perception in this right way? Thank you.
Professor Fatah Belaid, the question is addressed to you.
Thank you very much. It's very an interesting question, because as Professor Gouda, regarding the question from the student as well as the public perception, behavioral change in terms of energy efficiency is very important and have a key role to achieve the sustainability goals, actually. We did many efforts in terms of innovation. We do have many performance materials, but behavioral change and public awareness is very important to reduce energy consumptions, actually. One of the barriers that I mentioned in my presentation is regarding the energy efficiency gap is the behavioral bias, because people ignore actually and what's the advantage of energy efficiency, also what's the benefit of reducing energy consumption and reducing the carbon emission. Actually, Saudi Arabia with the SEEG, the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center, they launched a public awareness campaign via TV, to show and explain the advantage for the population, the advantage of saving energy efficiency and using less energy consumption. So actually there is many theories from the economic aspects, the nudges, for example, and the youth as well, regarding to the question about the role of the youth. Actually, I think the youth that are the future may play an important as vector of information to to explain the role of saving energy and saving actually the planet. And so just to summarize, behavioral change is very important if we need to reach all the sustainability goals and improve the energy efficiency. And energy efficiency is very important. Actually, it's the cheapest form of energy. The price is the lowest regarding all of this renewable energy, nuclear, and so it's very important to educate the youth and enhance public awareness regarding energy consumption. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Actually, 2 minutes left. We came to close this session, and I would like to wrap up the session. Actually, today, many recommendations have been discussed, and in order to mitigate the global warming, we can say that more R&D on climate change is needed between Korea and Middle East country. New technology need to be discovered and implemented. More work on untapped sectors like building energy efficiency need to be also implemented. I think we need to discover more platforms to discuss the environmental issue between Korea and Middle East closely. The tips that being given by Professor Chong in order to move forward, he gave us a very important tip, like we have to ask first about the NDC in order to work fast and to deliver a very clear corrective actions. Finally, I think to raise the awareness of the importance of environmental issue, we have to do some certain campaigns in Arab countries and Middle East. I think that's the main recommendations that have been discussed. I'd like to thank all the presenters and discussants, audience, for participating in this session. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, all the speakers in the session too. So now you may return to your seat, speakers. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for the very heated discussions and presentation as well. Session 2, I think maybe lost all track of time. Thank you very much. Now you may return to your seat. Thank you very much. And I am most certain that we all have had very productive and rewarding time in the past 4 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the all sessions for the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. Once again, I sincerely appreciate your taking time to be part of this very important meeting. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the closing ceremony will begin. The grand finale of the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Han In-taek, President of Jeju Peace Institute, to deliver his closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Han In-taek, President of Jeju Peace Institute. I'd like to thank all of you for staying until the end of our program. Since the forum first began in Cairo, Egypt in 2003, there have been many changes in the global landscape, and our institute has been in charge since 2017. So from the first forum to this year, again, there have been many changes in the internal landscape and the global landscape. In particular, in the aftermath of COVID, which spread around the world last year, we are experiencing bigger and faster changes than ever before. Ambassador Choi mentioned earlier that he was surprised that climate change was selected as one of the themes of our forum. So going beyond the existing economic and security cooperation, we now need a new vision and vision of peace and prosperity that can encompass new and multifaceted challenges such as climate change, health, and oil phase out. So, again, we need a new vision of peace and prosperity that can encompass new challenges. So today we gathered to explore that vision, but this is just the beginning. In seeking out new vision, the importance of this Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum needs no further elaboration. And so this forum is the beginning of such process. So we have much work to do in the future to discuss ways to promote cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. We have many actions that we should take in the future. So based on today's discussions, we look forward to more opportunities to further our bilateral cooperation. From 2003, This forum has been supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea, so thank you. And to our co-host, Korea Arab Society and the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research, and the ambassadors from the Arab countries, and to all of the moderators and presenters and panelists, as well as our online and offline participants who have stayed until the very end. I'd like to thank you. So your presence has made this forum the more meaningful and important. For the success of this forum, many people have worked hard. So thank you very much to the organizers as well. Next year, hopefully, we will overcome COVID and we'll be able to meet face to face for our next forum. And so, with this, I will declare this 17th forum a successful close. Thank you very much.
Honorable President Han In-taek, thank you very much for your impressive closing remarks. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as he mentioned, I hope that these issues and presentation of each session we covered today's forum, the discussions of our panelists will motivate cooperation and development in all fields of politics, economy, and society among Korea and the Middle East nations. So, this concludes the 17th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. Once again, thank you very much for your time and for staying with us until the very end of the forum. Hope to see you next year. Thank you very much. 네, 포럼에 참여해주신 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드리면서 몇 가지 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 사용하신 통역 소신기는 자리에 그대로 두고 이동을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 주차 티켓이 필요하신 분은 안내 데스크에서 받아가시면 되겠습니다. Thank you very much. So, for those of you who need a ticket for parking lot, please have the tickets at the reception desk, front desk. Thank you very much. 네, 그리고 마지막으로 저 인사드리기 전에 오늘 함께 해주신 연사분들 앞으로 나오셔서 사진 촬영에 함께 해주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. All the speakers in the session, please come forward to the stage for the group photo. Thank you.